Oh no, green Cressada. Well, welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tray 5. Perfect time. My buckets is about to go live. Go live. I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tray 5. Perfect time. My podcast is about to go live. Go live. Go live. Indo smoking money's my thing. I keep my mind on now green. One more time. Indo smoking money's my thing. My thing. I keep my mind on now green. Crusadas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tray 5. Perfect time. My podcast is about to go live. Go live. Go live. Everybody hit the comment section right now. I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tray 5. Perfect time. My podcast is about to go live. Go live. Go live. #1 podcast on YouTube, everybody. #1 podcast on YouTube. Do what you do. That's what we do. We gonna do what we do. It's the #1 podcast on YouTube. Who it is? It's perfect timing. Podcast. Back with the blast. In and out with a dash. 2026 won't last. We're gonna get this done real fast. How's everybody doing on this Wacho Taco Tuesday? Macho Wacho Taco Tuesday. Perfect time podcast. YouTube. Thank you to YouTube. Thank you out to YouTube. Thank you out to the membership. Thank you out to the chat, man. Everybody, as you come in, man, what I need you to do is double tap it, the like button as you come in, man. Thank you for everybody coming in right now, man. Keep it rocking with me, man. Keep it rocking, man. We rocking that thing like, hey, I'm feeling good today, man. I'm feeling good in the headphones today, man. How you doing, man? Feeling good in the headphones today, man. Yo, I'm excited, man. Another Taco Tuesday, man. Trump, the Congress doing their job, man. Shout out to the majority leader in Congress, man. They just shoved through a $70 billion bill, man, to pay ICE, get ICE funded. Can we say America first? Can we say America first? America first, MAGA first. Today we on $72 billion border blitz. Omar exposed. It's not just conjecture. First we have an investigation into, did she marry her brother? It's just like Kamala Harris. Is she black? I don't know if she's black, but is she the border czar? Did Ilhan Omar marry her brother? Simple question. Did you marry your brother? Did you marry your brother? I always wanted a brother. I always wanted to marry my brother. I always wanted to marry my brother, just like you. So she married her brother. There's an investigation. Department of Homeland Security. Tom Homan got the paperwork. The MAGA Republicans knew the climate. MAGA exposed her. We went and found the marriage certificate. We cannot find her father's naturalization papers. Ilhan Omar should not be a citizen. She should not be in America, and she damn sure shouldn't be in the Congress. Double tap the like button. But now Minnesota is investigating her relationship with the feeding our future, feeding our families scandal. Now remember, on my channel, I'm running a Somalian special. Do you remember the Somalians? Do you remember UNICEF? Do you remember We Are the World? Let me remind you where we are in 2026. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion, allegedly. They built learning centers. The children didn't learn shit. One more time, just in case you didn't know where we were in America in 2026. As Minnesota begins to investigate. Now, keep in mind, Ilhan Omar had a party at the Safari Club. The owner of the Safari Club, a Somalian, has been charged and convicted for stealing $5 million. That's not allegedly, that's true. She had her campaign winning dinner at the Safari Club. The owner of the Safari Club was found guilty of $5 million in fraud. That's not conjecture. Also, Ilhan Omar had a campaign manager on her staff that she paid. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Ilhan Omar, congresswoman, famous from the squad, had a campaign manager. His job was to get out the Somalian vote. He also has been convicted of $3 million fraud. Now, if you're listening, that's over $8 million in fraud that are real convictions, real convictions, not conjecture, associated with Ilhan Omar. This is not her marrying her brother. This is not her father's falsified naturalization paper. This is not her married to a white man who made $30 million overnight. This is Somalian fraud, alleged $19 billion fraud. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. They built leering centers. The children didn't lear shit. Now Ilhan Omar's worth $30 million. She's worth $30 million. So now, after investigations into whether or not she's married her brother, after investigations into whether or not her father is a citizen, after investigations into her fraud allegations by the national and federal government, now Minnesota has questions. Today in our broadcast, Minnesota has questions on whether or not Ilhan Omar has any culpability in the fraud. Now, when we talk about this later today, because we're starting off with the 70 billion and we're starting off with immigration, we're starting off with ICE, we're starting off with a strong border. Remember, Trump locked down the border day one. Can Trump get any type of props? I mean, the TDS is just over the top. Can Trump get any type of props? I mean, he locked down the border day one. He locked down the border day one, even by Democratic numbers. If we go by the Democrats, we're talking about the 300,000 at the most, 300,000 across the border one day. That's just astronomical. Democratic estimates are 10 million. Republican estimates are 20 million. So we have a lot to unpack today. We have a lot to unpack. Now, keep in mind, so we got $72 billion at the border, a safe border, ICE agents not being supported by the Democrats in Congress. We remember in the State of the Union, the Democrats act like they couldn't stand. The Democrats refuse to stand up. I don't know what's wrong with the Democrats. You tell me. I don't know what's wrong with the Democrats. You tell me. But right now, Spirit Airlines shut down. Thank you, Biden. Thank you, white Indian. Ooh, thank you to the white Indian. Thank you to the white Indian, the white Navajo princess, Elizabeth. Y'all remember she's a white Indian. But remember when Malcolm X said, who is the most dangerous person in American politics? He called it white liberal. I might even attribute it to white liberal women, but Malcolm X said the white liberal. Now remember the white Indian, Navajo princess, but she's white. Her and Biden put a kibosh on the Spirit Airlines merger, and now 17,000 people lost their job. Did you guys know that? That's awful sad, right? 17,000 people lost their job, and they were surprised to lose their job. They found out from the media. They found out from the media. They didn't even find out because the company was out of business. In case you didn't know, Spirit Airlines was going to merge with JetBlue, and you hear all this talk now about we hate billionaires and billionaires are bad, right? Billionaires are bad, right? Bad billionaire, boo, boo, bad billionaire, right? So Elizabeth Warren, the white Indian, and Joe Biden kiboshed the merger, and then to help Spirit Airlines continue to provide to you these low airfares. Now, Spirit Airlines, 17,000 people without work is horrible, right? But there's more to this, because you got to talk about the fact that it was a price eliminator, right? Spirit Airlines was a price neutralizer. With Spirit Airlines providing these low airfares, it made it competitive. Now, remember, I've been talking to you about I've been very proud of myself and how I've dispelled these rumors about tariffs and things like that. So I've dispelled these rumors, and when you talk about Spirit Airlines and you talk about the cost of a ticket, And why can't you just price a ticket for whatever price you want to price it? Well, it's because of a such thing called a market, right? And if you outprice yourself out of the market, you will go out of business, right? So when Spirit Airlines had these low prices, other airline companies had a ceiling on how much they could charge. Despite tariffs, despite fuel costs, double tap, hit the like button. If you're watching the #1 podcast on YouTube, it's the #1 podcast. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and the bad buyer community guidelines. A lot of people here already. Antonio, I don't know how to say that. Rike, Antonio, Rike, Mr. Isn't today a day? Ilhan has to turn in her documents. Mr. Lano, a lot of people here supporting early. I want to say thank you. And Dragon Knight said, not allegedly. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. Allegedly. They built lyric centers. The children didn't learn shit. They built lyric centers. The children didn't learn shit. Now, why do we know about the lyric center? Everybody in the chat right now, why do we know about the Leering Center? Well, we know about the Leering Centers because of the last story today. Our last top 10 hit. I love you. I love you. Top 10 hit. Top 10 hit. So we sing the song because we want people to subscribe to the channel and go ahead and become a member, right? I'm having a Somalian special right now. We got a Somalian special on the channel. You could become a member of my channel for less than it costs. Remember those commercials? You could feed a starving African for 25 cents a day. They got swollen bellies, flies full of eyes, flies on their eyeballs. They can't get to water. They can't get to food. Do you guys understand temporary protection? Do you understand TPS? Do you understand what the Somalians had? Do you understand how great America is? I don't think people understand how great my country is. As Ilhan Omar sits in the fucking gallery of the fucking Congress where she is blessed enough to be a congresswoman, she doesn't understand her blessing. Ilhan Omar does not understand her blessing. The Somalians were given TPS, temporary protection. They were over in Africa fucking starving, dealing with revolutions, not water, no food. So America, greatest country in the world, opened up their borders like they always do and say, we will help the Somalians. You've lost your country. America is a melting pot. We welcome anybody and everybody from around the globe. You are welcome to America. And not only will we welcome you, we're going to give you welfare to help you get on your feet. They never got off welfare. They never got off welfare. We're going to give you temporary protection status so that you can get the documents and homes that you can live a great life in America. Ever since they've been here, they've remained on welfare, taking advantage of the gift given to them by America. But that's not all. I'm just laying a foundation of how they got here and who they are. Then Trump does the State of the Union and talks to you about the Somalian culture and what type of culture it takes to do what they did after you receive such a gift. Trump said they are Somalian pirates. Trump said they have a dirty culture and a background, which led them, after we gave them temporary protection status, TPS, after 80% of them on welfare, after we granted them this next lifetime, they stole $19 billion from the American people during COVID. This story just gets better and better. It's not just one level. It's multi-levels. Holy shit, I didn't realize what temporary protection is. Holy shit, I didn't realize there were so many of them on welfare. Holy shit, I didn't know it was 19 billion. Holy shit, I didn't know it happened during COVID, during a time in America when we were supposed to be coming together as an American people, supporting each other. And instead, people who we helped, people who we lended a helping hand, started to kick us down. Then Nick Shirley exposed it. Nick Shirley is the reason why we know about the Leering Centers. Nick Shirley was almost kidnapped in Cuba. I've been giving you details of Cuba. I've been talking about Cuba. I've been giving you details about Cuba. And now Nick Shirley said he wanted to go to Cuba so he could document what life is like under communism. I think this was a great next expose, because we have Zohrani Mondani in New York. We have a socialist Democratic Party. The Democrats are not even hiding in 2026 their socialist agenda. Socialism is a pathway to communism. If you look at Zohrani Mondani, he resembles the Ayatollah Khomeini a lot. And a lot of his principles are reminiscent of Ayatollah Khomeini. I'm not the first one to make that comparison. So Nick Shirley going to Cuba to document what's going on in Cuba and what it's actually like when you let democratic socialist policies that are actually communist, democratic socialist policies, democratic socialist leaders, the democratic socialist left take over. What is it like? Nick Shirley needs to be commended so he can educate the American people, because there are a lot of Democrats who think they understand socialism. There are a lot of Democrats who think they understand communism. So Nick Shirley said, let's go document it. Let's go document Cuba. Why isn't Cuba thriving? And you know, Nick Shirley, I don't know if this would be safe, and I pray you get out. We're going to do a story, and I pray you get out of Cuba, but the same thing would be true in China. Yeah, let's do a story in China about the sweatshops, about the factories where they make the iPhones, where they had to put nets out the window because people were jumping out the window, killing themselves. Let's do China, where they killed all the CEOs of billion-dollar companies. Where, who was it? Jack Ma? Anybody know anything about any of these things? Where the Chinese, the CCP and the Triad took out all of the billionaires in China? This is communism. This is socialism. They're talking about boo-hoo billionaires, where, well, we have a real example of how that came to be and how that's looking. Boo-hoo billionaires in China resulted in the murder of billionaires. Government-sponsored, sanctioned murder of billionaires. Billionaires not being able to leave China, not being. Did you hear about people in China buying Pokemon cards to get money out of China? Because this is communism, socialism. This is what we're going to talk about when we talk about Nick Shirley being kidnapped in Cuba. We got a video of Nick Shirley being kidnapped in Cuba. Let's start with the $72 billion lead story, the $72 billion border hammer. How you like me now? 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 Yeah, let's start with that $72 billion push-through vote. I think it's 215 to 211. I think it's two. There it is. There's the numbers on the screen behind me. And in case you didn't know, I say a lot of times about the congressional math. You know, a lot has come out recently about the Southern Poverty Law Center, right? We are understanding how racism is funded, what systemic racism looks like in practice. That's just one example. We've dealt with this our whole lives of America. The cyclical nature of the systemic racism. But what's also come out along with that, and isn't it funny that you get the Southern Poverty Law Center information, and then at the same time you get this Supreme Court decision that you can't gerrymander states based on race, right? America is dealing with something right now. I don't know if we're prepared to have the conversation. See, Gen X, I'm Gen X. Gen X, I saw a meme today that said Gen X was left out. And it's true, Gen X has been left out. A lot of times, you know, I've done this podcast thing for a long time. I've been pushed into this podcast arena because the Gen X voice is missing, and we provide a lot of information and wisdom on these topics, right? So what's going on in the background is our lead story. Trump and the $72 billion border blitz, the House and the congressional math. The Supreme Court has just voted that you can't gerrymander districts based on race. Louisiana is going to have to change districts. I just saw reports that Alito and the head of the Supreme Court is mad at Ketanji Jackson, the DEI hire. They're saying to her, like Rike said in the chat, low IQ. Ketanji Jackson, low IQ, right? This is in the Supreme Court response. Alito responded to Ketanji Jackson saying, you must have a low IQ if you don't understand the argument why you can't gerrymander districts based on race, right? This is what's happening in America right now. Louisiana is going to have to change before 2026. So if you look at the screen, what you're looking at is what it looks like in 2026 if you truly understand politics. What I always say here is this is the #1 channel for geopolitical debate, geopolitical and domestic debate. Here we talk about things like the congressional math, how many Republicans, how many Democrats are in the House, the Senate being led by the Republicans, and Thune really farting around with the SAVE Act. We should have been past the SAVE Act because we have a majority in the House and the Senate. What are we doing with the supermajority? I do not like Thune. Put in the chat your opinions of Thune. Because the SAVE Act, here it is, a black Republican. The white liberal says, I am the reason why the SAVE Act won't pass. The white liberal says, I have a hurdle. Despite my millions of views, my hundreds of thousands of followers and members, they want to suggest that I am crippled and I have an inability to go to the DMV and get a license. Like I would be on YouTube, like I would be able to be monetized without proper identification. It is absolutely ludicrous. But if you listen to white liberals, they tell you we can't have voter ID, we can't have the SAVE Act because a little old black boy, me, with my Pistons jersey on. Go Detroit. I'm from the Bay Area. Bay Area shows solidarity with Detroit. So little old me with my Detroit Pistons jersey on, I don't know how to go get an ID. I don't have ID now. Now, keep in mind, the white liberal also says my wife, my mother, and my sister, if divorced, they are crippled also. So they are infantilizing blacks and they infantilize women in order to not put forth policy. They don't have a policy to defend against the SAVE Act. Instead, they infantilize women. Well, if women get divorced, it's difficult for them. Let me tell you about my mother, who was married 5 times and had 5 different credit cards legally. I said, let me tell you about my mother, Mama Shirley, who was married 5 times and had 5 different credit cards legally because her married name was her legal name. She had a credit card when she was married. When she got divorced, she went back to her maiden name, had a credit card. She didn't have to give up the credit card in her married name because she kept paying the bill. The credit card company didn't give a fuck. You got 2 credit cards then, bitch. One in your married name, one in your maiden name, bitch. My mama got married 5 times, had 5 credit cards and 5 different motherfucking names and 5 different IDs. Why the fuck are you infantilizing women? Most divorced women I know are the same way. Most divorced women are very sharp, very intelligent. They have to be. My mother was divorced and a single mom with 2 big boys she had to feed. And you're going to tell me she doesn't know how to get ID? She had to get a job. How is the divorced woman with children going to feed her children? You can't get welfare. You can't get a job without ID. But yet Elizabeth Warren, the white Indian, is infantilizing women and saying we can't pass the SAVE Act because women. Now keep in mind, now this is the biggest gag of the whole argument. You know what the biggest gag of the whole argument of the liberals who want to infantilize blacks and infantilize women is? Ketanji Jackson and most Democrats can't even define a woman. This is what I find so laughable about the Democratic Party and the lack of logic on their side. You refuse to define what a woman is. How can I take you on as being honest if you won't even define what a woman is? But when you say we won't have voter ID, you want to use women as your bully pulpit and say women are the reason. But what is a woman, Democrat? How can you use women in 2026 as a reason for not supporting the SAVE Act when you are the party who refuses to define what a woman is? I rest my case. This is not difficult. This is elementary, my dear Watson. This is elementary, my dear Watson. She sat there multiple. I've seen multiple congressional hearings. You've watched them. I've watched them. Democrat on top of Democrat, refusing to define what a woman is. But when it comes to voter ID, all of a sudden, women are infantilized and have this childlike inability to gather an ID after being divorced. Maybe because women are such fragile beings. Listen to my argument. because this is the Democrats' argument, maybe because women are such fragile beings after being divorced, they're so heartbroken because a man has left them, they don't know how to go to the DMV and get a license. Is that what Democrats are saying? Democrats are saying women are such fragile individuals that when married and divorced without a man, when she was with a man, this is your Democratic argument, when she was with a man, she was a capable human being. Once she gets divorced, women should be upset at this Democratic argument. Once a woman is divorced, she's no longer capable? Is that what Elizabeth is saying? Is that what Bernie Sanders is? Is that what Gavin is saying? Once a woman is divorced, she somehow becomes an unintelligible being. She doesn't have a mobility. She doesn't have, what do they say now, agency? Woman loses agency in divorce? That's the Democratic argument. Women lose agency in divorce. Behind me, what we're having today, the breaking story. Double tap at the like button. Not enough likes as you come in. Not enough likes as you come in. Y'all watching the #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical debate. What's up with the 11 likes? The like button is free. What's up with the 11 likes? Get the likes up, y'all. Get the likes up. I love my YouTube family, man. Woo! I got some old fogies that be watching me, man. They don't want the screen to go to another channel, so they don't like this. They don't like the video. They don't want to double tap the screen because they don't want to watch that bullshit. I respect it. I respect it. Oh man. Oh man. Let's get relax and talk sports. What's up with you, baby? Hit the like button. Let's get into the lead story today. $70 billion for ICE and a strong border. $70 billion for ICE and a strong border. How y'all like me now? $70 billion for ICE and a strong border, man. And the Democrat and the Republicans pushed it through because of the majority that you see on the screen. The lead, Senate Republicans have officially dropped a massive $72 billion immigration reconciliation bill. The breakdown, this isn't just talk, it's a power play with $38.2 billion for ICE, $26 billion for the CBP, and $3.5 billion for advanced border tech. The narrative, this as an ultimate MAGA victory, bypassing the filibuster to fund the wall and deportation machine. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Double tap, hit the like button. So what we have here is the Congress pushed through a $70 billion bill, man. The Senate GOP dropped the $72 billion border blitz. It's sending a shockwave through D.C. today. On the Perfect Timing podcast, we break down the reconciliation bill that funds ICE and the CBP while exposing the latest on Ilhan Omar $250 million fraud investigation, plus a terrifying update on Nick Shirley, who is currently dodging kidnapping attempts in Cuba, Havana. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Let's start with the $72 billion border blitz. Let me go. What else I got? Give me some more on this border blitz. Let's get some more on this border blitz. Are you guys in support of the strong border, the strong immigration policies of Trump and the $72 billion border blitz? I'm loving what Trump is doing with the border. I'm loving these numbers that I'm seeing, 215 versus 211. You got to understand what you see when you see the vote here. 215 versus 211, that is the congressional math. 215 versus 211 is the congressional math. That means the House majority. And this goes to relevant news of today, right? We got SCOTUS, the Supreme Court just voted that Louisiana has to change its map before 2026. 5 other states will have to change their maps before 2026. This is what the House looks like now. The Republicans, we have the House. We must protect this House. The Republicans have the House. The Republicans have the Senate. Donald Trump, a MAGA Republican in the motherfucking White House. This vote is what it needs to look like every time. The reason I was talking about the SAVE Act is because Thune is a fucking pussy and we should have passed the SAVE Act. with these majorities, with this lion's share majority in the House, in the Senate, every legislation we got to get passed now while Trump is in office and power, Thune is sitting on his ass. Get Thune out of there, man. 2026 Thune got to go. And if you don't know who Thune is, you don't know shit, you in the wrong place. If you don't know who Mike Johnson is, if you don't know who Hakeem Jeffries is, if you don't know who Chuck Schumer is, I'm talking about the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the House Majority Leader, the House Minority Leader, and what's going on in America right now, the TSA agents and the Secret Service. How many people know? We just talked about the White House shooting. We just talked about the White House shooting. You know what the biggest thing about the White House shooting is? Is that the Secret Service agent who was shot, the Secret Service agents who saved the day haven't been paid. They haven't been paid for 70 days. The Secret Service agents have not been paid for 70 days. That's a crime. That's a crime in itself. Why haven't the Secret Service agents been paid in over 70 days? So it's not just about ICE, it's about America first. This is why MAGA knows the climate. This is why I'm here doing this job. No one else is going to do the job I'm going to do. MAGA knows the climate. No one else wants to do the job. I'm going to do the job. It's our job to do. Double tap, hit the like button. No one else knows the climate. MAGA knew the climate. No one else wants to do the job. Kamala was the border czar, or was she the border czar? Kamala was black, or was she black? You know what I just found out? Kamala Harris and her border czar black coconut tree falling ass is supporting Karen Bass. You know Karen Bass, mayor of LA. What's up with the DEI hires? What's up with Ketanji Jackson being totally off base? Ketanji Jackson being totally off base, got to get eviscerated by Alito. What's up with Karen Bass being a horrible congresswoman, getting elected to LA? What's up with Karen Bass being in Ghana during the LA fires, letting LA burn down? What's up with Kamala Harris pretending to be black, pretending to be the border czar? Because we getting into the border, $72 billion in what Trump did to close the border, and the Democrats just let the border be a leak and see it, and they couldn't close. Do you realize under Biden finally, and Kamala Harris? Let me bring up Kamala Harris. As we get into the border, let's bring up one of our favorite clips. Let's bring up one of our favorite clips. Let's bring up one of our favorite clips, because I see y'all going back and forth in the chat. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. They don't like me. How you like me now? How you like me? Good time, man. Man, I love this YouTube shit, man. Who got the number one podcast? Who got the number one podcast on YouTube, man? Who got the number one podcast on YouTube, man? Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. So what I'm talking about is the $72 billion border bill being pushed through the House right now by House Republicans, and it's to support ICE and keeping the borders closed. And I'm reminding everybody that under Kamala Harris, the border czar, and Joe Biden, they could not close the border. All of us were terrified. Democrats, Republicans, we were all worried about the status of the border. We were all worried about the status of the border, right? And no one could get the border under control, right? But Trump came in and got the border under control, right? But Kamala Harris, who could not and would not, be honest about whether or not she was the border czar, right? This is Kamala Harris. My point is, near the end of their term, both Biden and both Kamala had to admit that they had failed America on the border. I know you might not like it because you love Kamala, you love Karen Bass. I seen the numbers go down when I start talking about them black bitches. I'm going to talk about who the fuck I want to talk about. I'm going to say what I want, especially after Funky Dineva came on here and talked all that shit about black men. I'm going to talk about whoever the fuck I want to talk about. I'm going to roast these DEI bitches if I want. Ketanji Jackson could not define a woman, and now she is sounding illiterate and like an idiot in her Supreme Court decision on the gerrymandering. Kamala Harris sounded like an idiot on every interview, did not get one vote. I'm not holding my tongue no more. If you gonna come on YouTube, say black men ain't shit, I don't give a fuck how you feel. I'm roasting these bitches. We could not close the border. This motherfucker right here, is she black or is she Indian? I don't know what the fuck she is, but she did not do a good job on the border, and she is the reason we are in a war in Ukraine. Her going to Munich Security Council and saying all this bullshit about Ukraine and NATO is why Putin invaded Ukraine, because of this bitch right here. These DEI black bitches gotta go, and the only reason they stay relevant is because everyone is scared to call them out. Everyone is scared to say these black bitches are not qualified. So now Kamala Harris today just endorsed Karen Bass. That is a motherfucking crime. That is a motherfucking crime. Karen Bass let LA burn down. Kamala Harris opened the motherfucking border. That's why Nancy Guthrie is missing, because the people who came across the border stole Nancy Guthrie. They stole people in fucking Texas, South American theft groups. And we won't talk about it because they black women, and because they're black women, they're a sacred fucking cow. Fuck that. Let's listen to Kamala Harris, because my point is with the border is Kamala and Biden had to admit that they fucked up on the border. There's a proof right here.
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come.
What?
Do not come.
What? I thought the border was open. See, MAGA knows the climate. I thought the border was open. One more time for the DEI hire. This is your border czar. This is your vice president. This is your presidential candidate, or is she? Because Tim Walz can't run for president. Tim Walz can't be on the ticket. So imagine what the Democratic ticket looks like if they choose to go with Kamala again. You have to find another VP. And if you find another VP, me, every day you run, I'm gonna yell, did you know, Kamala? Did you know? In the chat, can I get it right now? Did you know? Did you know? Kamala, did you know about the fraud? Did you know about the Somalians? Did you know Tim Walz was involved in Somalian fraud? Did you know about the 19 billion? What do you know about the Somalian fraud connected to your former vice presidential candidate? Kamala, do you believe Tim Walz should be prosecuted? Kamala, did you know? Kamala, did you know? Did you know? Every fucking day, bitch. Every fucking day, bitch. If you run for president, every day I do my podcast, I'm going to run a Did You Know segment, because I want to know. Did you know? I want to know, what did you know and when did you know it? Did you know about Tim Walz? Did you know about the Somalian fraud? Because Obama is the one who championed Tim Walz. Remember, the reason why Kamala chose Tim Walz is because Obama said he liked Tim Walz's welfare programs. What I've always argued is that if Tim Walz and Kamala won the presidency, the fraudulent programs that we're going to talk about with Ilhan Omar would have went national. The fraudulent programs would have went national. Kamala Harris, Tim Walz would have took the welfare programs in Minnesota, the preferred seating in the daycare centers. Shout out to Nick Shirley. Let's pray Nick Shirley gets home safely. A lot of people don't understand what happened in those daycare centers. You don't understand what happened. Why was the daycare center empty, and why was no one ever investigated for the daycare center? Well, after Nick Shirley did this video, like a good YouTuber, I did a deep dive. After Nick Shirley did a great video, like a good YouTuber, I did a deep dive. You know what I found? I found that there was legislation allowing these daycare centers to operate empty legally. Yeah, I did my research. You know what I found? I found preferred seating. I found a Biden era, listen, I found Biden era legislation that said the daycare center could be paid just like the homeless. Nick Shirley exposed the homeless theft in California, that the way they steal money in California is they build a homeless facility and then they keep it empty, but the state contract pays them like the facility was full, because there is no requirement in the contract to even have people in the building. I know it's hard to believe. And they just tried to pass a law to get Nick Shirley out of California. I know it's hard to believe. Listen to me, because I talk fast. I said the way they steal money in California with homelessness is these NGOs, these 504(c)(3)s, they get money to build a homeless facility with, like, let's say 100 people are supposed to live there. But California law says technically we can pay them for the facility being full of people, even though it's empty. The same policy. These are democratic socialist policies you don't even know exist. These things are created for certain people to steal to keep the Democrats in power. This is what we figured out. You might say to yourself, well, why do these loopholes exist? Because the money finds its way back into Democratic coffers. I said the money finds its way. The money finds its way. Where the money goes, the money finds its way. Money. Why did you think the Somalians start threatening Democrats? When the Somalians became headline news, you saw Somalians threatening Democrats saying we had an agreement. You told us to take the money and vote for you, and you would protect us, and we would get these benefits. The Somalians told everything. You know, Africans can't hold water. So in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, at the Leering Center, they built Leering Centers. The children didn't lear shit. They built Leering Centers. The children didn't lear shit. So what you didn't understand about the daycare center, why it was empty and it could legally be empty and still make that $2 million, is that Biden era policies allowed the daycare centers to run on state dollars. Now listen to this, the daycare centers get paid in advance. Now, and when I tell you this, you might say to yourself, like, wait a minute, how can you pay something that runs on attendance in advance? Because how do you know how many kids will be there? You can't pay them a month in advance. The daycare centers are paid a month in advance. The Leering Center made $2 million before the year even ended because the Biden era policy paid them on an automatic computerized residual basis in advance. They got paid in advance. So you got to understand the policy said, we're going to pay you based on enrollment because that's the only way we can pay you in advance. This is the same thing in California. See, the fraud that's taking place is legal theft. No one is going to go to jail because the law allows the fraud. The law says, I'm going to pay you in advance based on the children you have enrolled in the daycare center. You are not being paid on attendance. They didn't break the law. They didn't break the law. They never were required to have children at the Leering Center. That's why the shit stayed Leering for a fucking year. They never changed the fucking name because nobody was there. Biden paid them in advance. Based on enrollment, they had enrollment-based funding and preferred seating. Now, even if you were, let's say you just an everyday black or white American living in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and you need daycare, the reason the Democrats are so crafty and how the money was funneled into a certain community. Listen, I know some people are not going to believe me. How was the money funneled into just the Somalian community? Because the law doesn't say only Somalians can do this, right? Well, actually, it did. They had enrollment-based funding, and then to back it up, to make sure the money goes to where they want it to go to and end up in Democratic coffers, they had something called preferred seating. Google it. This is not 1960. I'm not just a black guy with a nice Detroit jersey. I'm reporting. I'm not making the news. I'm not making the news. I report the news. I don't make the news. I just report the news. I don't make the news. Okay? Okay. Preferred seating to make sure the Somalian community got the money. It ended up back in Denver. Preferred seating gave preferential treatment to who? Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. Preferred seating gave preferential treatment to the Somalian above an American because of TPS and temporary protection. So in Minnesota, Minneapolis, because we love Somalians and we want to help the community, right? We gave preference to Somalian children. We gave preference to Somalian daycares. So there was enrollment-based funding and there was preferred seating. And the preference went to who? The preference went to the Somalians. This is how they ensured the money went to the Somalians. I wish I was making it up. You can Google it if you want. See, Nick Shirley did a great job. Nick Shirley made a great video, but a lot of people don't know the policy behind the Nick Shirley video. That's my job. That's what YouTubers do. Why do people watch? A lot of people be like, why do people watch? Why do people comment? Why do people come here? Well, people watch, people support because of the information. People watch, people support because of the information and the deep dives that I do, right? And I know it's hard to believe that the Democrats would do something like this. But what you need to understand is when this money was available, Joe Biden was president, and they had this money because of COVID. And there was this billions of dollars of money. And the goal was, how do we spend this money? The government had this money because of we needed the money, right? And the goal was, how do we spend this money? Are you guys listening? How do we spend this money, but make sure we benefit from the money? And they came up with these policies, preferred seating, enrollment-based funding, so that they could spend this money from COVID and make sure it benefited Democratic coffers. How many people knew that? Because you might say, well, why and what is he talking about? Yeah. Where did the money come from? The money came from COVID. And the Democrats wanted to make sure the money recycled back to Democrats, because the Democrats are the one who got the money. I know a lot of you maybe didn't know that. I know it's cold-blooded. Let's listen to Kamala admit her failure one more time. This is Kamala, the border czar, admitting her failure after supposedly protecting the American people from the border.
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come.
So if you're wondering this morning why we're talking about $70 billion and why we need $70 billion, it's because we needed them not to come. We needed to secure the border. This is what they did. This is what they did. First, they opened the border, and they had no plan. They opened the border, and women and children came across the border and got lost. Families got separated. Children got separated because they had no plan. They had no facility. People got sick. People got lost. People from China, people from Yemen, people from the Middle East, people from Trinidad, Venezuela, cartel members, everybody came across the border. Americans were terrified. So she made this speech because Americans were terrified, and we wanted to help people. Americans wanted to help refugees from South America, but we didn't want to be taken advantage of. So the reason why Kamala made this speech is because she recognized that the American people's bandwidth had reached equilibrium, and the American people had had enough. The American people have great hearts, and they want to help refugees, but 300,000 people a day without any way to process them or anywhere for them to sleep. Remember, there were people sleeping on the streets in New York, and the New York Democratic leadership put immigrants in $1 million hotels. Biden was paying, until Doge, Biden was paying billions of dollars in hotel fees because they didn't have anywhere to place the migrants, because the Democrats opened up the border without a plan. So this is why she made this speech. Hello?
Clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come. The United States will continue to enforce our laws and secure our border.
But they didn't. The border was not secured until Trump became president. I believe this is why we have a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and Donald Trump as the president. Republicans control the whole board. And it was because the Democrats had an inability or ineffective to do anything. They could not get a peace agreement with Iran. They started conflict with Russia and Ukraine, Gaza and Israel, all under Biden, Kamala, Democratic leadership. It's not just the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine under Democrats. It's not just the fact that October, but it's that they did nothing. It's that they did nothing. Can you tell me in the chat, anyone who supports a Democrat, what was the Democratic response to Russia invading the Ukraine? What was the Democratic response to October 7th? What was the Democratic response to the border? I'm showing you what the response is. This is why they lost.
There are legal methods by which migration can and should occur.
But you open the border. This is, ladies and gentlemen, you should understand that this is happening. Kamala Harris and the Democrats had to admit failure. They had to admit failure. This is after they bypassed the legal process and told border agents to stand down. How many people remember when the Democrats told border agents to stand down? When Republicans went to the border, remember when Republican congressmen and senators under the Biden administration went to the border and asked border agents what's going on? And they said, we've been told to stand down. We've been told to stand down. We've been told to stand down. And they handed out bottles of water and they couldn't fix the problem. They handed out bottles of water and they couldn't fix the problem. So today, when we go into our lead story, of the House passing a $70 billion bill to fund ICE and to secure the border, how do you feel about it now? How do you feel about it now? Double tap at the like button. How you like me now? Double tap at the like button. How you like me now? Hit the like, share, subscribe. Everybody watching. How you like me now? Hit the like, share, subscribe. Everybody watching, get the likes up. Double tap, hit the like button. You watching the #1 podcast for geopolitical and political debate on YouTube. Man, I'm so happy and proud of you guys for being here, man. I'm so happy and proud of you guys for being here, man. #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and political debate, and we're having a great conversation today. $70 billion passed in the House, and I'm laying a foundation. I'm laying a foundation to our discussion so we can have a great debate in the chat. You're welcome. W-Chat. All I ask is you guys remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Getting the goal up right now. Let's get a goal up. Let's get a goal up. All right, we got the goal up. Let me get the charger. Got to get the charger. The phone is going dead. Let's get the charger. Let's run this clip. Donald Trump, the greatest president of your lifetime and mine. Double tap the like button. I can know the climate. Let's go, people.
Has narrowly approved a budget outline that could unlock $70 billion for immigration enforcement. The plan would significantly expand funding for agencies like ICE and Border Patrol, central to the administration's immigration strategy. The measure passed without Democratic support after hours of negotiations among Republicans to secure enough votes. Lawmakers now plan to fast-track the funding through Congress, potentially bypassing the need for bipartisan backing. As the proposal moves forward, it underscores a deepening divide over immigration policy and the balance between enforcement, oversight, and public response. The U.S. House has narrowly approved.
I don't understand why they say narrowly approved. It was 215 to 211. I showed the vote. The vote was 215 to 211. But what's the congressional math? I think the congressional math is something like 217, 219. It sounds like every Democrat had voted against it and almost every Republican. I don't believe any Republican went to the other side because they would have reported that. So we have a majority in the House. So the majority rules, right? I don't know why she's saying a narrow margin when we have a majority in the House and we have a majority in the Senate and we have a Republican president that could sign it into law. This is very important when you understand. There it is right here, 215 to 211. This is the congressional math, and it's important when we get into the Supreme Court's decision. It's extremely important when we get into the Supreme Court's decision on the gerrymandering based on race, because it's painting a picture of what you could expect in 2026. I believe there's going to be a red wave. You could disagree with me in the chat. Let's pay attention. We're leading with $72 billion bill being passed by the House Republicans, and I'm very proud of the House Republican leader. Now it's on Thune, and you know how we feel about Thune. Double tap at the like button as you come in.
The U.S. House has narrowly approved a budget outline that could unlock
$70 billion for immigration enforcement. Keep in mind that we are over 70 days in the shutdown. Let's look up how many days shut down, and who's affected. Let's get into that. Let's get into that because it's valid. We can't talk about this $70 billion bill without talking about the shutdown. So the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, shutdown lasted 76 days, the longest in U.S. history, ending April 30th when President Trump signed a funding bill. This is record-breaking 76-day funding lapse, caused severe long-term disruption to DHS, including thousands of TSA worker departures, pay issues, and massive backlog with recovery expected to take months. The key impacts of the 76-day shutdown: workforce and pay. Essential employees, including TSA agents and Coast Guard personnel, work without pay for weeks. TSA staffing and travel. Over 2,000 TSA workers left agency, leading to reducing staff and expected delays at airport checkpoints. That's horrible. They should be compensated. The long-term effects impact the immigration process. ICE and CBP, disaster preparedness, FEMA, and the Coast Guard. And I believe the Democrats played their hand, and I believe this was the goal the entire time of such a long shutdown. The Democrats wanted to cripple ICE, and I'm going to show reports later that the Democrats recently have posted over 450 signs in Los Angeles saying ICE agents are not welcome or not allowed by law to be in certain areas, when they know the law of supremacy says a federal agent can supersede any local, municipal, or state power. I'll repeat, the federal ICE agents have power to supersede any local, municipal, state, or city law. They have the law of supremacy. So those signs were a waste of money. They said each sign in Los Angeles costs like the 450 signs cost $250,000 to make a statement. When we have fire unreadiness, when you haven't cleaned up the forest, you haven't got the reservoir. This is what Spencer Pratt is running on. You just spent $250,000 on a fucking whimsical like, this is when you have females in office, like a bitch fest, right? Because the federal government has a law of supremacy. So you just wasted $250,000 of taxpayer dollars. So the broader effect beyond DHS shutdowns cause broader economic damage, such as a 2025 6-week shutdown, which the Bipartisan Policy Center noted led to the reduction in spending and delayed federal services with past shutdowns. So when we talk about this $70 billion, you can't talk about it in a vacuum without talking about the fact that Trump just ended a 76-day shutdown, and how that 76-day shutdown disastrously impacted ICE and CBP. So when we get into this, that's why it's so important. That's why it's so important, and that's why I'm very, very pleased with the Congress, with the Republicans in the House. Now we're going to be looking to the Senate and making sure that the Senate follows through, and get the bill passed.
The U.S. House has narrowly approved a budget outline that could unlock $70 billion for immigration enforcement. The plan would significantly expand funding for agencies like ICE and Border Patrol, central to the administration's immigration strategy. The measure passed without Democratic support after hours of negotiations among Republicans to secure enough votes. Lawmakers now plan to fast-track the funding through Congress, potentially bypassing the need for bipartisan backing. As the proposal moves forward, it underscores a deepening divide over immigration policy and the balance between enforcement, oversight, and public response.
So we start our lead story. Double tap, hit the like button. Our lead story is the $72 billion border bill being passed right now. Double tap, hit the like button. How many people are aware of our lead story? Let's get into more of it. Our lead story: Senate Republicans unveil this bill. Let's get it done, ladies and gentlemen. Call your local representatives and let's pass the bill to support the border and support the president.
And sneaky news you should know about. Senate Republicans have unveiled a major new immigration funding bill, and it includes money tied to President Trump's White House ballroom project. So according to Senate documents, Republicans are moving a roughly $72 billion reconciliation package. Reconciliation is a fast-track budget process. It allows the bill to pass the Senate with basically a simple majority. The proposal includes billions of dollars for immigration enforcement, including funding for ICE, Customs and Border Protection, and the Department of Homeland Security, and the Justice Department. It also includes $1 billion for the Secret Service, according to the text reported by Punchbowl News. That money would be for security adjustments and upgrades related to Trump's White House ballroom project. The bill says that the money would cover above ground and below ground security features and not non-security parts of the project. Republicans say the money is needed for law enforcement, border security, and public safety. Senator Chuck Grassley said his committee is moving to provide certainty for federal law enforcement through fiscal year 2029. Democrats are already objecting. Democrats will review the bill line by line and challenge any provision that they believe violates Senate budget rules. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. My name is Jared Zisser. Follow me here for breaking news and news updates. And if you want to support my work, subscribe.
So what do you guys think? What do you guys think? What's your opinion on this money? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get into it. We're having a talk this morning, $70 billion. Now, we just had an attempt on the president's life. We just had an attempt on the president's life, and people are saying that they are confused about why the president would want to have bulletproof glass. When I reported my report, I said the president was in the lower ballroom. Cole Allen Thomas did not even get to the lower ballroom. He was on another level, and when he was stopped. But Trump is saying that we need to build a ballroom that can protect our presidents, not just him, but every future president. And why don't we have that now? We're supposed to be the richest country in the world. We don't have a super train. We don't have any airports to rival Korea or Japan. We don't have any skyscrapers to rival Dubai or Japan. And why are we still having our president live in that White House built in the 19th, 18th century, right? He should be in the bulletproof White House. That's why Trump wanted to stay in the Trump Plaza when he was first elected, because when he got there, he was like, how can we protect the president in this shit? They need to rebuild the White House, and they need to add a ballroom that's bulletproof. And it should have been done 100 fucking years ago. And how Democrats justify not having up-to-date infrastructure is fucking laughable. Let's listen to it right now. Double tap hit the like button. $70 billion being pushed through for a simple majority to help us protect the border and protect America. But a lot of Americans don't like it. Oh, you fuckers. Oh, you fuckers. They do this a lot, man. They do this a lot, man. Fuckers, man. I do that big fucking lead up, push play, and
fight over ICE was cut down quite significantly, but do we know where the 170 billion is going?
There's about 45 billion in the big beautiful bill for detention. And again, for context, historically, like on an annual basis, ICE has had like $3.5 billion a year for detention. When Trump won the election and when they're taking office, you could see already some of these like private prison operators that typically contract with the federal government were sort of like, you know, they're kind of jumping for joy.
Yeah, like it's a disconnect. It's a lack of, like, how can you be like this is why Gen X, this is why I had to do the podcast, because they are talking about this ICE bill. They are talking about the ICE agents like it's in a vacuum, like Trump is a racist white man and he's Hitler and he got the Gestapo. No, that's not what happened. I just played Kamala and that 300,000 people came across Trinidad Agua, took over Aurora, Colorado. 45,000 people. Trinidad Agua took over Chicago, kicking out blacks out of apartments, using extortion. All the border towns in America right now are dealing with extortion, crime, and drugs because millions of people came here and there was nowhere for them to go. This ICE funding, and when they talk about Trump and ICE agents, they leave out the fact that Biden opened the border and 20 million people came here without anywhere for them to sleep, go, or work. Holy moly, Batman. Holy. When Trump came into office, you can see all these private prisons getting, bro, come on, bro. I mean, man, come on, man. Take the stick out of your ass, bro. Pay attention to the complete. Democrats don't know how to look at a complete issue. They just want to see one little piece that satisfies their racial TDS. And all they think about is race. It's more deeper than that, bro. Trump and ICE are not running around, fucking around with people. Biden opened the border, bro.
Billion is going.
There's about 45 billion in the big beautiful bill for detention. And again, for context, historically, like on an annual basis, ICE has had like three and a half billion a year for detention. When Trump won the election and when they're taking office, you could see already some of these like private prison operators that typically contract with the federal government were sort of like, they're kind of jumping for joy.
Yeah, some public company stocks went up on, the day after the election. It was one of those Trump trades.
Yeah. They're like, this is great for business. Almost immediately, the administration begins expanding its capacity through these traditional channels. One of the things they quickly realize is that they probably need more space than is available in all these jails and prisons across the U.S. So they decide to start looking into like tent facilities. And so there are these like sort of disaster relief companies that typically do like man camps for like oil companies.
FEMA,
for FEMA, for hurricane relief, for these data centers. In many cases, they've never done detention, but these are companies that are being tapped to open up these facilities, like the one in El Paso, Texas at Fort Bliss, and the one in the Florida Everglades, the so-called alligator Alcatraz.
I know, like,
So, like, it's like the cluelessness. In order to get to these ideas, you have to be so clueless to the reality of what really took place. Why would we need facilities? Anybody older than 20 years old, why did they need facilities? Because Biden and Kamala didn't have any infrastructure. Do you guys realize we did mass immigration before? We've done mass immigration and we did mass immigration correctly, huh? We've did mass immigration and we did mass immigration correctly before. It's called what was that? Ellis Island, right? Ellis Island is when we had 12 million people coming to America, but they had to go through a facility where there were police, doctors, and facilitators that granted you your name, your number. You had to see a doctor because there was a smallpox outbreak similar to COVID-19, where if you had been not, and they would ask you similar questions, they would quarantine you before they let you into the country. So we had a processing facility and we had a mechanism to bring in those 12 million people. When you talk about mass immigration, you have to compare that to Joe Biden's lack of facilitation. I am a project manager by trade. I work in logistics by trade. What I am saying to you is you should be upset at the fact that there were no hospitals, there were no doctors when pregnant women came across the border, when sick children came across the border. This is how children got separated, because some of them needed medical help. This is why mothers got separated, because some of them were pregnant. This is why families got separated. And we still to this day, because it happened under the Democrats, you don't talk about all of the children that were lost. When the 10 million by Democratic estimates, 20 million by Republican estimates, what happened to all of the children? What happened to all of the women? Because Biden was not prepared with an Ellis Island, and he simply opened the border and people just walked wherever they wanted to go. They walked to Illinois, they walked to New York, they hitchhiked to California, and then New York put them in hotels, Chicago put them in hotels. It costed the American people billions of dollars. They gave them EBT cards with $5,000, and then they did not prohibit them from going from state to state. So then we found several individuals who had received $60,000 a month. Are you guys aware of this? Because the sanctuary city policies existed, they were able to go from state to state and get benefits in every single state. And it was not illegal to get your $5,000 EBT card in New York, and then your cousin come drive you to Illinois, Chicago, where you can get another EBT card. They don't have Social Security. They weren't born in America. There's no law that says they can't steal all they want to steal. This is just like the Somalians. The Democrats open up the government, create these sanctuary cities and states, and then don't have any policies, any logistics, any project management. So people are going from New York to Chicago. And why not? And why not? Going everywhere, getting all of the free money that there is to get. And why not? and why not? So when you talk about there's no facility and Donald Trump is making these facilities, it's because there was nowhere to house them. And a lot of them who came across the border, come to find out, are criminals, Ecuadorian, Venezuelan criminals with murder charges, SA charges. So we need a place to house them. And that's why the CBP app got over, in 2025, we deported 2 million people, but over 1 million self-deported. Double tap at the like button. Let's listen to this foolery one more time.
Oversight over ICE was cut down quite significantly, but do we know where the 170 billion is going?
There's about 45 billion in the big beautiful bill for detention. And again, for context, historically, like on an annual basis, ICE has had like 3.5 billion a year for detention. When Trump won the election and when they're taking office, you could see already some of these like private prison operators that typically contract with the federal government were sort of like, they're kind of jumping for joy.
Yeah, some public company stocks went up on, the day after the election. It was one of those Trump trades.
Yeah. They're like, this is great for business. Almost immediately, the administration begins.
So it was all about Trump. It was all about money. It's a Trump trade. It has nothing to do with Kamala and Biden opening the border. And Kamala, I just played a video of her begging. I just played a video of Kamala begging people to not come across the border. But somehow they find it. I don't know where the logic comes from, but it's not about the border leaking like a sieve, millions of people coming here without proper facilities, proper housing, proper food. It has nothing to do with that. It's all about white men who's already a motherfucking billionaire. It's not like Obama, who was not rich when he became president, who's a multimillionaire. It's not like Ilhan Omar, who was not rich when she became a congresswoman, who's now a multimillionaire. It's not like Nancy Pelosi, who was not rich when she became a congresswoman and who is now a multi-million fucking heir. Donald Trump is a billionaire, bitch, a billionaire, bitch, before he was elected. I don't understand this shit. What the front door? Shut the front door. Shut the front door.
It's expanding its capacity through these traditional channels. One of the things they quickly realize is that they probably need more space than is available in all these jails and prisons across the U.S. So they decide to start looking into like tent facilities. And so there are these like...
Now, the thing is about this that makes it even worse is that under Biden, there was facilities for immigrants that stay empty. Biden, there was these NGO contracts. There were these NGOs contracts where NGOs were paid to build these beds for immigrants coming across the border, millions of dollars. It's funny he says this because the truth is the Democrats are the ones. During the Biden administration, while thousands of immigrants were being processed and released, the U.S. government continued to pay millions of dollars for unused detention beds in empty hotel rooms, a situation largely caused by contractual minimum bed guarantees rather than lack of need. How many people knew about this? Millions spent on empty beds. The Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, paid thousands of empty beds in private detention centers during 2021 and 2022, often at cost of over $1 million a day. This is even the overall population in detention, even though the overall population in the detention was the lowest in decades. The Endeavor's hotel contract. A 2022 investigation revealed that Biden administration spent nearly $17 million on empty, unused hotel rooms through a sole source contract with a nonprofit called Endeavors for housing migrant families in 2021. Empty bed immense surge. While some detention facilities remain empty, the Biden administration was simultaneously using emergency, often overcrowded makeshift facilities such as tent cities in Texas. Not Trump. Not Trump. Not Trump. Biden. Not Trump. Biden. This is like elementary. I love doing this. I love my job. I love my job. How many people love their job? I love my job. Are y'all with me? Look at how big and beautiful I made that for my audience. Look at how big and beautiful I made that for my audience. Get the likes up, bitches. Get the likes up, bitches. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. And if you ain't a bitch, you subscribe. And if you ain't a bitch, hit subscribe. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. If you ain't a bitch, then subscribe. If you ain't a bitch, then subscribe. Empty beds amidst surge. While some detention facilities remained empty, listen, to contradict this idiot, and we're going to replay it. The Biden administration was simultaneously using emergency, often overcrowded makeshift facilities such as tent cities for children and families. Damn it, I'm good. 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 Damn it, I'm good.
Cut down quite significantly, but do we know where the 170 billion is going?
There's about 45 billion in the big beautiful bill for detention. And again, for context, historically, like on an annual basis, ICE has had like three and a half billion a year for detention. When Trump won the election and when they're taking office, you could see already some of these like private prison operators that typically contract with the federal government were sort of like, they're kind of jumping for joy.
Yeah, some public company stocks went up on, the day after the election. It was one of those Trump trades.
Yeah, they're like, this is great for business. Almost immediately, the administration begins expanding its capacity through these traditional channels. One of the things they quickly realize is that they probably need more space than is available in all these jails and prisons across the U.S. So they decide to start looking into like tent facilities and
tent facilities. They decide to start looking into tent facilities. No, motherfucker. No, motherfucker. No, motherfucker. Motherfucker Jones. Motherfucker Jones. No, motherfucker. No, motherfucker. It says right here, Biden administration used overcrowded tent cities. That's what it says. That's what it says. Biden. Huh? Let's go. The Endeavors hotel contract, because they said this was a windfall for Trump and his friends. And I said, Endeavors? You mean the company Endeavors, right? Under Biden, right? Who was connected to the Biden and Clinton mafia, right? You mean Biden and Clinton mafia, right? You mean Democratic cronies, right? That's what the fuck he meant, right? He made a mistake. He misspoke. He meant to say Biden crime family, right? He meant to say Biden crime family. Let's read it. The Endeavors hotel contract. A 2022 investigation revealed that Biden administration spent nearly 17 million, write it in the chat please, 17 million on empty, unused hotel rooms, though through a sole source contract with a nonprofit called Endeavors for housing migrant families in 2021. Double tap, hit the like button. I love my job. I just be kicking ass. That's all we do here. We just be kicking ass. That's all we do here. There's nothing else to do but kick ass and take names like a Republican MAGA king is supposed to do. No kings.
So there are these like sort of disaster relief companies that typically do like man camps for like oil companies, for FEMA, for hurricane relief, for these data centers. In many cases, they've never done detention, but these are companies that are being tapped to open up these facilities, like the one in El Paso, Texas, at Fort Bliss, and the one in the Florida Everglades, the so-called.
So he actually quoted, like, it should be a crime. Like, people come in my chat, you're a grifter. They don't know how much research and reading I actually do. This young man has not done research. He has not read, because he actually quoted this right here. He quoted the Texas facility that was built, maintained, and paid for by Biden and the Democrats. You can't make this up, ladies and gentlemen. This is what's called a coffin nail in a debate and on YouTube. This is what YouTubers live for. YouTubers like me who do my research, this is what the fuck I live for shit like this. Right? Because I can say every day about propaganda. I can say every day about the Democrats lie. I can say every day the Democrats don't have policy. But when you catch a motherfucker like this, when you catch a motherfucker trying to lie and attribute Democratic failures to the Trump administration and you get to expose them live, I just exposed them live, ladies and gentlemen. MAGA, whoa, that MAGA, whoa, that MAGA, whoa, Trump knows, giving Democrats the blues, giving Democrats the blues. I love my motherfucking job. I love my motherfucking job, boy. Oh, did I kick some? We kicking ass, man. We kicking ass and taking names, man. Who is doing this, man? Who is doing this, man? Exposing them live, on the dime, on time, in time, perfect timing podcast, on time, in time, perfect timing podcast, on your ass.
I'm in my office. I left the House floor 3 hours ago. And as you could tell, this is actually live House floor action. The bill, the Senate reconciliation bill to fund ICE and CBP to give them up to 140 billion more. So to authorize up to 140, although they're saying they only need 70, is up right now for a vote. They want us to give them more money from what they've already got to keep terrorizing our communities for ICE and CBP. And thankfully, let's see, 211 Democrats have voted hell no to fund them. And 5 Republicans have had the courage and spine to also say no. But there are 21 members of Congress who have not voted, 20 of them Republican. Look, you and I both know they're terrorizing our communities. I am a hell no on any more money for ICE and CBP. They have not done one of the policy reforms that we've demanded. They continue to terrorize us. And Mullen is just like Kristi Noem. He's just a little quieter. So if you don't live in my district or you live in a Republican district, start calling, whether thanking your member for voting hell no, or tell him or her to have a spine and have the courage to say enough terrorizing our communities. Stop using my taxpayer dollars to fund ICE and CBP to keep terrorizing our communities. Use my money for housing, healthcare, and education. No more money for ICE. No more money for CBP. So help, make those calls, keep organizing. Hey, everyone.
So this little bonita, my burrita, you remind me of a taco box meal, my little bonita burrita. You remind me of a Taco Bell box meal. I look at your big round fat ass. I want to drink a Baja Blast. Bonita burrita. You remind me of a Taco Bell box meal. So she's upset saying, and she's late because we won. We already won. It's 215 to 211. And she's trying to get people, and she's saying 140 billion and all this shit. Well, you need to go get a Taco Bell box meal. My little bonita burrita. My little bonita burrita gordita. My gordita burrita bonita. I love you like a Taco Bell box meal. You got to go get something else, baby girl. You got to go, baby. We won. Don't feel bad. She's okay. She will get her a box meal. Don't feel bad for you this morning. Barita, gordita. She gets a box meal. Let's keep going with the $72 billion. Double tap hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. #1 podcast on YouTube. And shout out to all of my gordita, bonita, burritas. I love you. Mwah.
The House just approved a massive new immigration crackdown worth $70 billion, and it passed with zero Democratic support. So the plan pours billions of dollars into immigration enforcement. So we're talking ICE and Border Patrol, and it's really part of this broader push tied to President Trump's deportation agenda. Here's the key and what you want to watch. This does not fund anything yet. It's essentially a budget framework, basically just a green light. Congress still has to write and pass the actual bill. So why does this matter? The U.S. Department of Homeland Security is essentially, they're running out of money and it's running out fast. So we're talking TSA agents, airport security. Funding for them could dry up soon, which of course raises the risk of airport disruptions and national security concerns. And all of this is happening during the longest Homeland Security shutdown in history. And the vote was thin. The numbers were thin. It was 215 to 211. And Republicans plan to use a process called reconciliation, which basically lets them pass the final bill without any Democratic votes. So what happens next? The House is expected to vote on a short-term fix to keep TSA and other DHS workers paid, while Republicans move ahead with this separate $70 billion immigration bill. Bottom line here, what you should take from this video, it isn't just about immigration. Really, it's a funding crisis that could impact airports and security nationwide, and the fight in Congress is far from over. I'm Simone D'Alba. I'm a journalist in Washington, D.C. with WUSA 9. Drop me a comment. Ask me a question. Tell me what you think about all this.
So she says, and people all on the liberals keep saying that this was a minor win or a marginal or the numbers are slim. She said slim, right? Like her with her beautiful ass and that red dress. You a little slim, thicky, a little slim Jimmy. A little slimmy. I like me a little slimmy. A little slim, thick, little slimmy. Hey, a little slim, thick, slimmy. Slim. She said the numbers were slim. So let me give you the numbers. I've been talking about the congressional math. Let's get into the numbers because all day you guys are going to be hearing about the slim numbers, right? And the Democrats and the Republicans passing this with slim numbers. So I want to give you the congressional math. I've talked about this before. As of April 2026, the 119th U.S. Representative House, a slim Republican majority. Slim is the word of the day. Can I get a hashtag slim in the chat? Slim goody. Can I get slim thick in the chat? Slim thicky. Has a slim Republican majority with roughly 217, 218 Republicans to 212 to 215 Democrats. So what basically this says is that every Democratic voted against the bill. And I want everyone to know that. I want everybody to know that for 2026, that the Democrats voted against the bill. Every Democrat, in order for them to get 211, the final vote on the $70 billion. Today, our lead story is $70 billion for the border to protect you. The lead story today is $70 billion for the border to protect you. These are the House numbers, 217 to 212. That means every Democrat voted against and almost every Republican voted for it because the final number was 215 to 211. 215 to 211. So don't listen to them when they say the numbers were slim. All of the majority voted in favor. That means 100% of the Republicans back the Republican agenda, back the president, despite what you may hear. This is so important that you understand these numbers. I'm not just sharing these numbers with you to share them with you. I want you to understand the actual truth on the ground because you don't hear the truth from these pretty people, right? They're so gorgeous, they're so attractive, and they come out and they say things like this, and they say, well, the Republicans barely won. They don't tell you the truth about the congressional math and say, no, the Republicans didn't barely win. The Republicans won with their majority, and they have a majority in the House and the Senate and a Republican president. And if they continue to vote with the SAVE Act would be law. Do you guys understand? This bullshit is why the SAVE Act is not law, because people think that we are not doing something correctly. No, all of the Republicans are voting for the agenda, and that's all we need. If all 215 vote, which they do and did, then the Republican agenda is solidified. We have a problem in the Senate with fucking Thune. And everyone in MAGA needs to know his fucking name. Double tap at the like button. Let's go over it again with this pretty little slim thickie.
Here's a story I'm tracking for you this morning. The House just approved a massive new immigration crackdown worth $70 billion, and it passed with zero Democratic support. So the plan pours billions of dollars into immigration enforcement. So we're talking ICE and Border Patrol, and it's really part of this broader push tied to President Trump's deportation agenda. Here's the key and what you want to watch. This does not fund anything yet. It's essentially a budget framework, basically just a green light. Congress still has to write and pass the actual bill. So why does this matter? The U.S. Department of Homeland Security is essentially, they're running out of money and it's running out fast. So we're talking TSA agents, airport security. Funding for them could dry up soon, which of course raises the risk of airport disruptions and national security concerns. And all of this is happening during the longest Homeland Security shutdown in history. And the vote was thin. The numbers were thin. It was 215 to 211. And Republicans plan to use a process called reconciliation, which basically lets them pass the final bill without any Democratic votes. So what happens next? The House is expected to vote on a short-term fix to keep TSA and other DHS workers paid, while Republicans move ahead with this separate $70 billion immigration bill. Bottom line here, what you should take from this video, it isn't just about immigration. Really, it's a funding crisis that could impact airports and security nationwide, and the fight in Congress is far from over. I'm Simone D'Alba. I'm a journalist in Washington, D.C. with WUSA 9. Drop me a comment. Ask me a question. Tell me what you think about all this.
What do you think about the $70 billion being voted for? What do you think about the vote? Are you supporting that ICE needs the funding?
The irony of this bill
ICE
is
funding?
that it literally blocks communication between federal.
Are you against ICE funding? Are you against gorditas who don't know how to respect the pause button? You gorditas? Are you against gorditas who don't respect the pause button? Let's get into another commentary. That was a slim thickie. This is a gordita. We just had a slimmy. Now we got a gordita. Gordita, let's hear you talk.
Is that it literally, the irony of this bill is that it literally blocks communication between federal law enforcement and your local law enforcement. And it sets some very, very dangerous time limits. So for instance, if you have a criminal migrant who is arrested for suspicion of committing a heinous crime, there's a certain time frame. And if ICE cannot respond and retrieve that individual, let's say by midnight of that day, then we can that individual, if they so choose, to release them without notification to federal agents. That is incredibly problematic, especially when you pair that with our bail reform policies, which have been, with cashless bail, have been incredibly light. You have a repeat offender, and take a county like Sussex, for instance, where we are really is far northwest. And if they are, occupied dealing with other cases with other individuals and offenders, they may not make it to that, up to that destination at that time. It's also incredibly problematic because it's supposed to engender their claim is that it engenders trust, so that those who are almost like a safe harbor, so those who might be victims and are here illegally know that they could come forward and speak without fear of them being deported. Very similar to a lot of our laws that involve, illegal substances and safe haven for, for babies when you leave, a child at a police station or something along those lines, where we're more concerned about the safety end of it. But that's not at all what this does. That's not at all what this does. This, in fact, creates nothing but havoc, and it prevents our local law enforcement who are doing the apprehension from holding them and getting those individuals out of the community. So what we are doing is we are indeed shoving those offenders back into the community to reoffend against the exact same community that they just violated. And where is the compassion for those who are not even United States nationals? We have women, we have children being trafficked or were trafficked under the Biden regime across the border, human trafficked across the border for all kinds of horrible reasons. Where is their protection? Where's the compassion? A wide open border and giving carte blanche and releasing catch and release, how does that protect those women and children who were trafficked into the United States, who has lax policies now for anti-immigration enforcement?
I found it appalling when they did the roll call in assembly that several examples were brought up of various criminals that came through, and the stone-faced Democrat opposition was just totally unmoved. And at one point I wanted to say, okay, if you're not moved by the harm being done to our people, are you maybe moved the harm it's doing to the pocketbook? And because the numbers on this are staggering. We're looking at $7.3 billion in costs and services. We're looking at $1,600 per taxpayer. And, not even that seems to faze them. If you don't want to be worried about the human cost, what about the cost from your pocketbook?
Agreed. Double tap, hit the like button. If you don't care about the human cost, what about the cost from your pocketbook? Double tap, hit the like button. We talking about the $72 billion debacle. $72 billion needed to keep the border closed because the Democrats had an open border and catch and release policies. I like what she was talking about, boy, because I think people forgot about catch and release and how we got here, how we got to the problem. I talked about family being separated at the border. You know what I left out about the families being separated at the border that she did an excellent job of articulating is the catch and release policies. How many people remember? I put it in the chat. Let me read it to you right now. I'm going to highlight it and read it to you because I don't know how many people remember these policies because Trump is president. Catch and release refers to a long-standing U.S. immigration practice where apprehended migrants are released from Department of Homeland Security custody in U.S. Interior while awaiting immigration court hearings. Catch and release. How many people remember that? I remember that being very popular under the Biden administration. Double tap, hit the like button. That was a great job. That was a great job. Excellent, excellent. We coming in with the data on the border bill today. 70 billion. Every single Republican voted for it, and every single Democrat voted against it. I think that's valid and worthy of understanding and knowing that this is how they feel about the America and America first. When Trump asked the Democrats, who do you work for? Do you work for the American people first, or do you work for the immigrants first? Nobody stood up. This is another example of that ideology, and Trump again and the Republicans again showing the American people where the Democratic loyalties lie. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Time Podcast. $70 billion being pushed through the House and the Senate for America First. MAGA.
I have a very special guest because we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for his organization. Greg Sindelar is, I guess, acting CEO. Is that the
interim CEO?
Interim CEO of America First Policies. You guys do such amazing work. First off, thank you for putting on this show.
Happy to. There's nothing more American than being at the rodeo. You just said it. It's 100% right. And in Fort Worth, Texas.
And you're a Texan, too.
I am. Grew up just down the street from here. Now, I do live in Austin, so it's not really Texas, but kind of Texas.
Now, did I read you you're with the Texas Public Policy Foundation as well?
Yeah, that's right. I'm CEO of TPPF and AFPI.
Okay, so another great organization. And as a Texan, we thank you for what you do there as well. We heard one of the gentlemen talk about the SAVE Act.
I've been talking about the SAVE Act.
And boy, I don't know about you, but I'm getting frustrated. That hasn't been passed. I mean, it's just this show. You know how things take on a theme here, folks, about frustration, but the SAVE Act couldn't be more important.
You're 100% right. I'm frustrated. If I could lose more hair, I would. But, if they don't get it done in reconciliation, then, you got to look at everything possible, and we got to get it passed.
This reconciliation idea, I believe it should be a last resort because you can't get everything done. You're going to have to put it on the states. Then you're going to have to hold money over the states' heads. And then you're going to have court battles.
Yep.
It's better than nothing, but it sure ain't perfect.
No. Well, and there's a mandate, right? 85% of all Americans think it's a lot of all of these issues are needed, and the Senate needs to get it done.
Yeah. What do you think about where Congress is right now? Next thing on the agenda, is there something big that you guys are pushing?
Well, we would love to see, obviously they're going to do a skinny reconciliation to get funding for CBP and ICE. That will probably happen this week. But then another reconciliation will be coming down the pike, hopefully in the next few weeks. We want to be big and broad, right? Like we did the one big beautiful bill. We need to do a lot more, whether it's things on the SAVE Act, a lot of other issues that will put money back in the pockets of everyday Americans.
Put money back in the pockets of everyday Americans. America first, baby. Yeehaw! America first. Coming to you live from the motherfucking rodeo, man. The rodeo, Odido, Doki Do, man. Double tap hit the like button, man. Let's keep going with the $1 billion bill, man. Let's keep going with the $1 billion reconciliation. We talking about $70 billion in reconciliation, and I'm giving you news from both sides. #1 podcast on YouTube. I'm giving you news on both sides. Get the likes up. What's up with them likes, man? Get the likes up, bitches. What's wrong? Your fingers broken? Hit the like button, bitches.
Just
Facebook is with the bullshit. Let's get the likes up, bitches.
$1 available to help build President Trump's ballroom. That is just a fraction of the money Senate Republicans are proposing in their $72 billion reconciliation package. Both the Senate Judiciary and Homeland Security committees just dropped the text of where all of that money would go. In it, they carve out $1 billion for the Secret Service to make security upgrades, including the East Wing, which includes President Trump's ballroom, although the legislation specifies that the money can't be used for non-security elements. Now, the majority of that money would go towards immigration agencies. And combined, Republicans want $38.2 billion for ICE, $26 billion for offices under Customs and Border Protection, $5 billion extra for the Department of Homeland Security, and $1.5 billion for the Justice Department. Now, if passed, this money would fund all of those things from this fiscal year through 2029. And Republicans are using the reconciliation process in order to approve the funding, meaning they only need a simple majority to bypass any sort of Democratic opposition. $1 billion available to help build.
So, how y'all feel about the bill, man? $72 billion, man. Let's go to another story, man. Let's go to another story, man. Let's go. Where are we going, man? Let's go. Is it Omar? Let's go to Omar. Let's go to Ilhan Omar, man. Let's go to Omar. Let's go to Ilhan Omar, man. That was a great update. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go to Ilhan Omar. And you know, I was talking about Spirit Airlines earlier. We gonna do a Spirit Airlines too. We're gonna do a Spirit Airlines too. Here it is. Representative Ilhan Omar. Let's get into it. Representative Ilhan Omar misses deadline for feeding our future fraud documents. Now, remember when we first started talking about this today, I told you that Ilhan Omar had a celebration party thrown for her at the Safari Club. The Safari Club, the owner of the Safari Club, had been prosecuted and convicted for $5 million in fraud. Did you guys know that? For feeding our future. Also, Ilhan Omar was a campaign manager who was responsible for getting out the Somalian vote, has been charged and convicted with $3 million fraud, right? As it relates to feeding our future and these times in error when the fraud was taking place. So, Homeland Security has been investigating Ilhan Omar, not only her father's naturalization, but they're also investigating whether or not she married her brother. Upon investigations on whether or not she married her brother, that's when we learned about the fact that she was now married to a white man and that she had went from being worth $40,000 to $30 million. She has recently changed that filing to say she is now worth $18,000. Put in the chat whether or not you believe Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million or $18,000. It's up to you on how you feel about it. But today, let's get into the story about what's going on in the Minnesota House Committee as it relates to one of our favorite people here on the Perfect Timing Podcast. Let's bring up this story for you guys. Let me see right here. Don't you worry your little hearts. Don't you worry your little hearts for a second. Perfect Timing Podcast got you. Representative Ilhan Omar misses deadline for feeding our future fraud documents. So this is not me. This is not you. This is not like YouTubers. This is real investigation. This is real deal spiel right here. And I want to see the same thing for Jacob Fry. I want to see the same thing for Tim Walz. It's not enough that he won't ever run for political office again. I believe these people deserve to be prosecuted and should be in jail, in prison. $19 billion is an awful lot of fucking money. Let's get into it. The Minnesota House Committee, led by Representative Christy Robbins, requested all communications between Omar's office and Feeding Our Future figures like convicted founder Amy Book and Safari Restaurant affiliates. Now, remember what I told you about the Safari Restaurant, where she had a celebration party and the owner was convicted of $5 million fraud. But that's not the only connection to Omar. Let's keep going. Following an April hearing, Omar skipped. The scandal saw nonprofits claim federal funds for fake child meals, much of it in Omar's district, which never gets talked about. Omar also was the one who championed the policy and legislation that preceded the fraud. Double tap, hit the like button. I said that when pandemic happened, despite her brothers and sisters and fellow community members already being 80% on welfare, Omar said they need more welfare. And she championed a policy that led to this fraud. Double tap at the like button. Much of it in her district. And she was celebrated for this new policy that allowed them to charge for meals under COVID, and they stole $19 billion. With her name appearing in trial documents, no documents were turned over by late afternoon, prompting a 3 p.m. committee meeting for major action. Omar has alleged past donations from defendants, but denies wrongdoing and faces no charges. Let's repeat that last part, because I've been telling you about the Safari Restaurant. Here it is right here, the Safari Restaurant, where you're going to hear more about the Safari Restaurant, because they threw a party for Ilhan Omar. Now, this is what it says. Omar has acknowledged past donations from defendants, i.e. the Safari Restaurant, but denies wrongdoing. Let's get into it. Ilhan Omar being investigated by Minnesota. So it's one thing when you say Trump is investigating Ilhan Omar, right? It's another thing when her own state. So this is what it comes down to. MAGA Republicans, we want to see her go to prison. I want to see her go to prison. I want to see her be deported. But how about let's not be so hyperbolic, right? Do you believe that Ilhan Omar wins in 2026? I'm a MAGA Republican. I believe she should be prosecuted and go to jail. But let's just be more realistic. Beyond my hopeful wishes as a MAGA Republican, where she deserves to be prosecuted and go to prison, do you think she can win an election? In the current political environment, can she win? That's the more key question as we talk about right now, the $70 billion bill being passed 2015 to 2011, reconciliation, simple majorities. You need every seat, Democrats. Can Ilhan Omar weather the storm? That's what's going to be important. And then MAGA Republicans like myself will make sure she gets prosecuted and go to prison. Double tap at the like button.
Squad Democrat Ilhan Omar closing in on a deadline set by Minnesota Republicans to turn over documents about potential ties to a state fraud ring after she dodged a hearing last month. Our senior correspondent Mike Tobin is reporting live out of Chicago. He's got the latest details for us. Hey, Mike.
And Sandra, that deadline is today for Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to turn over documents and communication tied to defendants in that massive Feeding Our Future scandal. The Minnesota House Committee on Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight is holding its last meeting of the legislative session today. However, the committee does not have enough votes to subpoena the Congresswoman, so the committee doesn't have a legal mechanism to compel Omar to cooperate. The chair of the committee has sent Omar multiple invitations and requests for documents. Omar does not respond. Omar now sponsored the 2020 Meals Act, which removed the guardrails on COVID relief money and helped the fraud run up to $250 million. Despite that, the chair of the Fraud Prevention Committee does not anticipate the Minnesota congressman will respond by the deadline.
It shows her continued disdain for the taxpayers. She feels like she's above having to answer for her involvement in the fraud and her responsibility as a member of Congress who, she passed the bill that took the guardrails off the school nutrition program that led to the conditions that enabled Feeding Our Future.
Now, Amy Bach was convicted as the mastermind of the Feeding Our Future scandal. Defendants billed the government for meals that were never provided through existing restaurants and sham companies. Now, in Bach's trial, Omar's name appeared in an email chain with Bach. Trial evidence showed text communication with Bach and Omar. Trial evidence also showed Bach exchanged emails with one of the defendants who fled the country. The title of that email chain was Ilhan's Office. Now, back in January, our Alexis McAdams interviewed Amy Bach. She said she never spoke directly with Representative Omar, only people in her office. And the conversation, she said, were never substantive. Sandra, back to you.
Got it.
I think that's enough. We're going to listen to it again. I think she should be prosecuted. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar should be prosecuted. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar should be prosecuted. Today, we are in our second lead story. Our second lead story today is that Minnesota has now launched an investigation into Ilhan Omar relationships with Feeding Our Future convicted felons, including members of the Safari Club affiliates. Double tap it. This is not a joke. This is Minnesota. We have a state investigation. We have a federal investigation. So there's a lot to unpack. Do you believe Ilhan Omar should be prosecuted for her role in the $19 billion Somali fraud? And then the next question is going to be, do you think she can win an election in 2026 in this political climate with all of this news circling around her, which is the more important question? Yes, I can hope she be prosecuted. But as far as the politics are concerned, when we look at the SAVE Act, when we look at Hakeem Jeffries in the House, if the Democrats continue to lose seats like Omar, like Crockett, like Pelosi, come on, let's have a talk. Where do you sit in 2026? Do the Republicans still have the majority? I say yes. So put a 1 in the chat if Ilhan Omar should be prosecuted, because that only leads to, can she win in 2026?
Squad Democrat Ilhan Omar closing in on a deadline set by Minnesota Republicans to turn over documents about potential ties to a state fraud ring after she dodged a hearing last month. Our senior correspondent Mike Tobin is reporting live out of Chicago. He's got the latest details for us. Hey, Mike.
And Sandra, that deadline is today for Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to turn over documents and communication tied to defendants in that massive Feeding Our Future scandal. The Minnesota House Committee on Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight is holding its last meeting of the legislative session today. However, the committee does not have enough votes to subpoena the Congresswoman, so the committee doesn't have a legal mechanism to compel Omar to cooperate. The chair of the committee has sent Omar multiple invitations and requests for documents. Omar does not respond. Omar now sponsored the 2020 Meals Act, which removed the guardrails on COVID relief money and helped the fraud run up to $250 million. Despite that, the chair of the Fraud Prevention Committee does not anticipate the Minnesota congressman will respond by the deadline.
It shows her continued disdain for the taxpayers. She feels like she's above having to answer for her involvement in the fraud and her responsibility as a member of Congress who, she passed the bill that took the guardrails off the school nutrition program that led to the conditions that enabled Feeding Our Future.
Now, Amy Bach was convicted as the mastermind of the Feeding Our Future scandal. Defendants billed the government for meals that were never provided through existing restaurants and sham companies. Now, in Bach's trial, Omar's name appeared in an email chain with Bach. Trial evidence showed text communication with Bach and Omar. Trial evidence also showed Bach exchanged emails with one of the defendants who fled the country. The title of that email chain was Ilhan's Office. Now, back in January, our Alexis McAdams interviewed Amy Bach. She said she never spoke directly with Representative Omar, only people in her office. And the conversation, she said, were never substantive. Sandra, back to you.
Got it.
Should she be prosecuted, you guys? I seen a lot of ones in the chat. I think she was singing like a canary. I think so, too.
Squad Democrat Ilhan Omar closing in on a deadline set by Minnesota Republicans.
It comes down to, can she win in 2026? What does this do to her chances of staying in office? Because today we're talking and we're looking at Ilhan Omar to turn over. Today we're talking and we're looking at the passage of the SAVE Act, and we're looking at the passage of a border bill, and we're looking at 76 days of a shutdown. So the congressional math is what's more important to me. Yes, I want her to be prosecuted. Yes, I want her to go to jail, but can she win? Put a 1 in the chat if you think she can win in 2026.
For Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to turn over documents to Minnesota's House Fraud Prevention Committee. The state is seeking communications tied to defendants in the $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud scheme. The nonprofit falsely claimed to serve millions of meals to children while pocketing federal funds. Omar's name appeared 6 times in court documents from the case as she reportedly communicated with the founder of Feeding Our Future. Omar's office has not responded to Fox News' multiple requests for comment. For Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to turn over documents to Minnesota's House Fraud.
So what I'm reporting to you today is that House Republicans in Minnesota, so there's an investigation on the federal level into whether or not you guys got to understand what's going on. There's an investigation on the federal level to whether or not she married her brother. Did you guys know that? Thanks to MAGA Republicans like me, Tom Homan, DHS, has the paperwork, and they're looking at whether or not she married her brother to get him citizenship. That's an investigation. She married a white man recently, and then she filed saying that they were worth $30 million, but no one understood how in which they got the $30 million. So then she simply changed her filing to go back to saying she was worth $18,000. Now, keep in mind that I reported, and then the news just backed it up. She was the one who put forth the policy that led to the fraud. I don't think a lot of people understand that the loophole that led to the $19 billion in fraud was created by Ilhan Omar. She created the policy. And then most of the fraud took place in her district under her nose. And she was friends with the people doing the majority of the fraud. You can't make this up. So now, senators and Republicans in Minnesota, what I'm reporting to you today is that not DHS, not the federal government, who is also investigating Omar. Minnesota Republicans had a deadline, and they are investigating Omar, and they are the ones who she refused to meet the deadline and show up for court today. So my question is can she get through the storm? Can she get through the storm? Right? I that's the only question. Time is up. Ilhan Omar refused to hand over communications to the Minnesota House Fraud and Oversight Committee for today's deadline. What is she hiding? Right? This is Minnesota asking. Like, it's one thing to say Trump, Trump, Trump. Now, this is the state of Minnesota asking. Where is it? Where the state of Minnesota wants to know the details. Why are you so close to the individuals who committed the fraud? Why were you the one who created the loophole for the fraud? Why did they throw you a party, an expensive party? Why were you benefiting so greatly? Now Minnesota wants to know. Everybody in America wants to know, and I think we deserve to know, right? Why are you wearing a hijab while there's a separation of church and state? You should have on the suit. You should wear this when you go to church. You live in America now. But for some reason, I think she purposely, I think it's bullying. You know, when the liberals wear the purple hair, I think it's bullying when she wears the hijab, knowing that in America we have a separation of church and state, and she's forcing this identity down. This is what they do in Europe. This is what Muslims have done. And this is why the Japanese prime minister stopped Muslim immigration, because Muslims come into your country and they try to shove down this shit like a bully. Like, I'm going to wear my hijab and I'm going to do my prayer 5 times a day. I don't give a fuck about your culture and your rules. My Muslim religion and my beliefs supersede everything in the world, and fuck everybody. And the Japanese prime minister said, no, we don't want no more Muslims here. We don't want no more Muslim. If the Muslim doesn't know how to assimilate, if the Muslim must have their way over everybody, if the Muslim wants to say fuck everything and go pray, if the Muslim wants to say fuck everybody, I'm gonna dress like this, then you stay in the Muslim country. And I support Japan, and I support the Japanese prime minister. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of this shit. Tired of this shit. So the question on the table is, can she win in 2026? And does she get prosecuted for the $30 million fraud and her involvement in the fraud? Can she win, and does she get prosecuted? Does she win? And does she get prosecuted? I want her to get prosecuted. But the real thing is, when we look at the numbers today and we look at the SAVE Act, when we talk about the SAVE Act, when we talk about liberals infantilizing women, when we talk about liberals infantilizing blacks, when liberals say blacks don't know how to go get an ID, when liberals say women after a divorce don't know how to get an ID, but the same liberal Democrats refuse to define a woman. It's funny when you want to know what a woman is, bitch. You know what a woman is when it's advantageous to you, but you don't know what a woman is when I ask the motherfucking question. My mama would kick your ass, man. My mama would kick your ass. Don't play in my mama face like that. So, bitch, you don't know what a woman is, but when it's advantageous for you, you know what a woman is? Oh man, y'all lucky. Y'all lucky there ain't no real mamas around who could talk shit about these people playing in your face. Bitch, you just said you didn't know what a woman is. Bitch, you just said you didn't know what a woman is. How you gonna say the SAVE Act is because of women? You don't know what a fucking woman is.
Minnesota lawmakers are asking Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to respond by Tuesday regarding questions about a statewide child nutrition fraud scheme. The lawmakers are seeking Omar's written and electronic communications involving the state's Feeding Our Future program, which misused millions of dollars in taxpayer funds. State lawmakers specifically hoping to look at Omar's correspondence with the owners of the Safari restaurant. State lawmakers point out Omar was a regular at that restaurant, staging many campaign events there. Its owners recently pleaded guilty for their role in the $250 million fraud scheme. Now, Omar's team and allies have largely framed allegations trying to link her to fraud as politically motivated and not substantiated. But for more on this, we are joined by Minnesota State Representative Kristen Robbins tonight. She is the chair of the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee, also a candidate for Minnesota governor. Appreciate you being here today and sharing your perspective. And I know we're fast approaching this Tuesday request for Congresswoman Omar here. If she doesn't respond by this deadline, what is your committee's move on Wednesday morning?
You know, we hope she will respond. She certainly owes it to Minnesota taxpayers and families to respond to our questions. And so I'm still hoping, but if not, the committee will examine all our options and we will continue to press for it because she created the program, the Meals Act, that took the guardrails off the school nutrition program that created the conditions for all this fraud.
She created the program, bro. And I don't think a lot of people know that. She created the program, bro. Listen to this. Ilhan Omar under investigation.
Minnesota lawmakers are asking Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to respond by Tuesday regarding questions about a statewide child nutrition fraud scheme. The lawmakers are seeking Omar's written and electronic communications involving the state's Feeding Our Future
So what this says
program, which
records saw Feeding Our Future, written and electronic communications, but she didn't show up and she didn't supply the records. So we know that she was communicating with leaders from Feeding Our Future who were the ones who were the architects of the fraud, and they were her friends, and that she would eat at this restaurant regularly, and she knew them personally. $250 million fraud probe, misuse of taxpayer funds, restaurant ties, contacts with Safari owners.
Misused millions of dollars in taxpayer funds. State lawmakers specifically hoping to look at Omar's correspondence with the owners of the Safari restaurant. State lawmakers point out Omar was a regular at that restaurant, staging many campaign events there. Its owners recently pleaded guilty for their role in the $250 million fraud scheme. Now, Omar's team and allies have largely framed allegations trying to link her to fraud as politically motivated and not substantiated. But for more on this, we are joined by Minnesota State Representative Kristen Robbins tonight. She is the chair of the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee, also a candidate for Minnesota governor. Appreciate you being here today and sharing your perspective. And I know we're fast approaching this Tuesday request for Congresswoman Omar here. If she doesn't respond by this deadline, what is your committee's move on Wednesday morning?
You know, we hope she will respond. She certainly owes it to Minnesota taxpayers and families to respond to our questions.
Yes.
And so I'm still hoping, but if not, the committee will examine all our options and we will continue to press for it because she created the program, the Meals Act, that took the guardrails off the school nutrition program that created the conditions for all this fraud.
She created the program, y'all. She created the program. We about to go to Nick Shirley. We going to see what else we got on Ilhan Omar. No good at.
Minnesota lawmakers are asking Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to respond by
Today is Tuesday, and she missed the deadline. Another thing I guess I can report is that today is Tuesday, and she missed the deadline.
To Minnesota's House Fraud Prevention Committee, the state is seeking communications tied to defendants in the $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud scheme. The nonprofit falsely claimed to serve millions of meals to children while pocketing federal funds. Omar's name appeared 6 times in court documents from the case as she reportedly communicated with the founder of Feeding Our Future. Omar's office has not responded to Fox News' multiple requests for comment. For Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Put a 1 in the chat. Does she get prosecuted? Should she go to jail? Put a 1 in the chat if you think she wins in 2026.
Tracking the web of fraud to other Minnesota Democrats, such as Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Many of the suspects linked to the scheme live in her district, including a restaurant owner who hosted events for her. He has since been convicted of stealing $12 million in COVID funds. Well, now investigators are tracking the web of
someone she knew personally. I told you they threw parties for her, convicted of stealing, but it's multiple people that she knows.
Fraud to other Minnesota Democrats, such as Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Many of the suspects linked to the scheme live in her district, including a restaurant owner who hosted events for her. He has since been convicted of stealing $12 million in COVID funds. Well, now investigators are tracking the web of fraud to other Minnesota Democrats, such as Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Many of the suspects linked to the scheme live in her district, including a restaurant owner who hosted events for her. He has since been convicted of stealing.
So what you think, man? What you think, man? Yeah, I see a lot of 1s in the chat. I see a lot of 1s in the chat, and I like that. I see a lot of 1s in the chat. Let's see what happens, man. 2026, man, we got to get the vote out. 2026, we got to get this vote out, man, because if she wins, this says a lot about the people, man. And not only her, but Jacob Fry and Tim Walz. Not only her, but Jacob Fry and Tim Walz, right? So what I'm reporting today is that Minnesota House Committee, led by Representative Christy Robbins, requested communications between Omar in office and Feeding Our Future figures like convicted founder Amy Block and Safari Restaurants affiliates. Following April hearing, Omar skipped. She didn't go to the hearing, and today she didn't show up with the receipts. The scandal saw nonprofits claim federal funds for fake child meals most of it in Omar's district, with her name appearing in trial documents. No documents were turned over by late afternoon, prompting a 3 p.m. committee meeting for major action. Omar has acknowledged past donations from defendants, but denies wrongdoing in charges.
On a deadline set by Minnesota Republicans to turn over documents about potential ties to a state fraud ring after she dodged a hearing last month. Our senior correspondent Mike Tobin is reporting live out of Chicago. He's got the latest details for us. Hey, Mike.
And Sandra, that deadline is today for Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to turn over documents and communication tied to defendants in that massive Feeding Our Future scandal. The Minnesota House Committee on Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight is holding its last meeting of the legislative session today. However, the committee does not have enough votes to subpoena the Congresswoman, so the committee doesn't have a legal mechanism to compel Omar to cooperate. The chair of the committee has sent Omar multiple invitations and requests for documents. Omar does not respond.
So she's not participating in the democratic process. Do you guys get that part? So they don't have enough votes to force her to show up. But you would think as a Democrat and as a politician, as someone who has the law and the rights of the people on the forefront, she would be committed to every single process. She didn't show up.
Omar now sponsored the 2020 Meals Act, which removed the guardrails on COVID relief money and helped the fraud run up to $250 million.
So keep in mind, she sponsored the 2020 COVID Act. Biden supported her, right? What the thing I want to share that MAGA Republicans like to share about this tidbit of knowledge is that at the time when Omar asked for this, the Somalian community was already 80% on welfare. you have to keep in mind the proper context as we discuss this. Keep in mind the Somalian community, when Omar asked for more welfare, because this is a form of welfare, they were already 80% on welfare, not working, not contributing to America after benefiting so greatly off of the American taxpayer. You have to understand that. You have to understand that she wanted more money. You gotta put it in proper context that, wait a minute, they already were 80% on welfare. They've been here, that we've given them temporary protection status. We opened up our country because their country was in a shambles. We helped them, we gave them welfare, we gave them housing. They never got off the welfare. And then the pandemic hits and they want more welfare. And then instead of using it to help people, they stole. Am I getting this story correct? Somebody in the chat disagree with me. Am I getting the story correct?
Omar does not respond. Omar now sponsored the 2020 Meals Act, which removed the guardrails on COVID relief money and helped the fraud run up to $250 million. Despite that,
a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that she was the one who created the legislation, and that when she created the legislation in 2020, her community was currently 80% on welfare. A lot of you don't know the context as you get in the street with ICE. No ICE and F Trump and Angela and Amanda and Alex and I'm going to stop ICE. And what about stopping the Democrats from stealing right from under your fucking noses?
and requests for documents, Omar does not respond. Omar now sponsored the 2020 Meals Act, which removed the guardrails on COVID relief money and helped the fraud run up to $250 million. Despite that, the chair of the Fraud Prevention Committee does not anticipate the Minnesota congressman will respond by the deadline.
It shows her continued disdain for the taxpayers. She feels like she's above having to answer for her involvement in the fraud and her responsibility as a member of Congress who, she passed the bill that took the guardrails off the school nutrition program that led to the conditions that enabled Feeding Our Future.
Now, Amy Bach was convicted as the mastermind of the Feeding Our Future scandal. Defendants billed the government for meals that were never provided through existing restaurants and sham companies. Now, in Bach's trial, Omar's name appeared in an email chain with Bach. Trial evidence showed text communication with Bach and Omar. Trial evidence also showed Bach exchanged emails with one of the defendants who fled the country. The title of that email chain was Ilhan's Office. Now, back in January, our Alexis McAdams interviewed Amy.
Fled the country. Does anybody know who Al-Shabaab is? Does anybody know who Al-Shabaab is? We can't talk about this. This is the right channel. This is the right channel. Does anybody know who Al-Shabaab is? See, this is the right channel to have this conversation, right? Does anybody know who Al-Shabaab is? What would they do with the money? This is a logical question, and you're at the right channel to have an intelligent, logical debate about this issue. So where did the money go? Somebody put it in the chat room earlier. Where did the money go, and what did they do with the money? And who is Al-Shabaab? Can anybody in the chat tell me who Al-Shabaab is? It matters because we're in Iran. It matters because we have the IRGC. It matters because we have morality police. It matters because we have a geopolitical conflict. We have this Muslim conflict. Not only, see, yesterday I talked about UK versus the European Union, and I talked about Brexit. One of my colleagues brought up the fact that in some places in Brussels, you don't even see white people anymore. I talked about places in Germany where Jews are afraid to be Jewish. So when they walk to the bus stop, because there's so many Muslim immigrants, I don't think you guys understand what's going on in the globe. I said Jews in Germany, this is 2026. I'm not talking about Nazis. I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about Jews in Germany in 2026 afraid to walk to the bus stop wearing the kebab or whatever it's called on their head. So they put it in their pocket. They don't wear any tassels. They don't wear anything to let people know that they're Jewish because they don't want to get harassed because of the Muslim immigration, or should we say infiltration, because of the Muslim immigration, or should I say infiltration. So Al-Shabaab, ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know, I love giving context because we can't just talk about the Somalian fraud in 19 billion without educating my audience on who Al-Shabaab is. So who is Al-Shabaab? Al-Shabaab is a Somalia-based militant group and Al-Qaeda affiliate. Ding, ding, motherfucking ding. Ding, 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 ding. This is what I love doing. I love giving the ding dings. Al-Shabaab, you can ask my wife, I love giving the ding ding. Al-Shabaab is a Somali-based militant group and Al-Qaeda affiliate. Did you guys know that? Labeled by the U.S. Africa Command as one of the world's wealthiest. Surprise, surprise, surprise. I said, surprise, surprise, surprise. 19 billion motherfucking dollars. 19. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. They built learning centers. The children didn't learn shit, but Omar got 30 million. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. They built centers. The children didn't learn shit. But Omar made 30 million. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't you love the facts? Don't you love the facts? Where did the 19 billion go? Where did the 19 billion go? $19 billion, and then I educate you because it's not on CNN. I don't see CNN educating an American people about Al-Shabaab. They want you to be empathetic to Shia Muslims, jihadists, who want death to the infidel, i.e. American, black, white, purple, brown, and green. Black, white, purple, brown, and green. It don't matter to me. But the CNN and the liberal Democrats want you to have solidarity with jihadist Muslims who make it inconvenient or almost impossible to be Jewish in Germany, to be white Anglo-Saxon in Europe, to be Japanese in Japan because of this terroristic jihadist Muslim infiltration in all countries. Do you remember what happened in the Minnesota Mall with the white woman and she got fired for using the N-word? But what really happened that day? What really happened that day? So what really happened that day is that the Muslim, just like in Europe and Austria and Brussels and Germany, the Muslim was harassing the white woman for her dress. Did you guys know? Let me bring up something. Mall of America. Mall of America. Mall of America. Mall of America. So what really happened was they were harassing her about her dress. They were harassing her about her dress. And she got upset because this is America and she's a woman and she has freedom and she could wear what she want to wear. But in Minnesota, and this is true, this is becoming more true in places like New York. I'm going to find a video of the guy talking about him hiding the fact he was Jewish in 2026 in Germany. I'm going to find a video of the guy talking about hiding the fact that he's Jewish in 2026 in Germany because it's just more comfortable and easier to hide it. It's easier just to hide the fact that I'm Jewish so I don't get harassed, beat up, or robbed in Germany in 2026. So I'm talking to you about the white woman who went viral and lost her job because they said she was being racist to an African. Let's not go that deep. But what really happened was the Muslim men in Minnesota, in New York, in Germany harassed women under Sharia principles for wearing 3/4 of cloth, and that white woman was being harassed. So I want to show you a video, and this is not Somalia. Everybody watching, look at this video. Tell me where this is. Where are we right now? Look at where are we, everybody? Can anybody answer the question? Where are we? Where are we, ladies and gentlemen? Where are we? I'm telling you a story about a white woman being harassed by Muslims for not her dress. And I want to give context because people come in my chat and they say he's like, he looks like Minnesota. Looks like Minnesota. Correct. Look at all these hijabs. Look at all these hijabs. This is not, look at no white people, all brown people, all hijabs, all Muslim. So when I tell you a story about a white woman working at a cinema and add to that fact that they got money, they supposed to be on welfare. Why is the mall full of Somalians when they 80% on welfare? They supposed to be on welfare. They supposed to be on welfare. But they in the mall spending the billions of dollars in the fraud. So keep in mind, they got billions of dollars and they're going to go get a Cinnabon and they harass a white woman for her dress because she's not wearing 3/4 of cloth. And no one listened to the white woman. So I want to give context because this is not only happening in Minnesota. This is what's happening in New York under Zohran Mamdani. Double tap, hit the like button. This is what's happening under New York under Zohran Mamdani. I played a video of a New York police officer teaching women how to wear a hijab. Why in New York, when you got crime and gangs, why do you need a police officer teaching women how to wear an hijab in America? That makes no sense. And then the police officer is wearing a hijab, but there's a separation of church and state. I don't understand why you would be teaching someone how to wear an hijab in New York when we have a separation of church and state. So my question was, are you going to arrest women if they don't wear a hijab? Because you're a police officer. Are you going to arrest women if they don't wear the hijab properly or if they don't wear it at all? Because that's what happened in Iran. In Iran, the morality police arrested a woman for not wearing her hijab properly, and she was later unalived in a police van. Did you guys know that? Her name was Marsha Armeni. This is video from New York. Police officers, and now they're speaking not English, and now they got hijabs on. There's a separation of church and state in America. I don't know if anybody recognized, but let's keep going.
Or just be who you are with the hijab.
Looking for another 100,000 ladies wearing hijabs in the near future as an NYPD.
Sabko hijab mubarak ko hijab day mubarak, or just be who you are with the hijab.
How you feel about that? How you feel about that, MAGA? Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! What we got the Constitution for? What we got the Constitution for? How you feel about that, MAGA? What we got the Bill of Rights? What we got the red, white? What we got? How you feel about that, MAGA? I mean, it's a free rights, man. We got the. I won't Don Lemon to go to jail for the FACE Act, but I support that. But it's a separation of church and state. If you a police officer, if you at work, you should not be wearing a hijab. You should not be wearing a hijab if you a police officer when you at work. I am not saying that in America you can't worship whatever God. Don Lemon should be prosecuted. I'm a MAGA Republican and a conservative. You can worship whatever God, go to whatever church. But when you at work, when you are a politician like the New York City mayor, you should not be sitting on prayer rugs and having Muslim prayer. I don't care if you're a Muslim. You're supposed to be my motherfucking mayor. When you at work as a fucking woman, can she see out of her peripheral? Can anybody see in this picture? I stopped it here for a reason. As the police officer supposed to protect me, can she see out of her peripheral? She is a police officer with a gun and a job and a duty. Can she see out of her peripheral? How many people know what a peripheral is? How many people know what a peripheral is? Can she see out of her peripheral? Why in the hell are you wearing a hijab as a New York City police officer? There it is. You see it, New York City police officer. She's putting one on a New York City police officer. But if we were in Iran or Saudi Arabia, these bitches couldn't even work. I need you to hear me loud and clearly. If we were in Iran, as Omar talks shit and says, fuck America, if we was in Iran or Saudi Arabia, these bitches couldn't even work. But in America, they get to be police officers and skirt the Constitution and wear this religious garb. It's religious garb while at work as a police officer. While at work as a police officer, we have a separation of church and state in America. You can be whatever religion you want. When you get off work and you want to put on your hijab, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want.
So ideally, you just, because there's different ways, by the way.
Here it is again. Once Mondani is elected, a Muslim woman and police would look like a sergeant who wears a hijab daily, teaching under other women how to wear a hijab. My question as a conservative and an older man, when I see shit like this and I see young people so stupid to say and clap for shit like this, I say, why would a fucking police officer teach you how to wear a hijab if they not gonna fuck with you about it? Why would they teach you how to wear a hijab correctly if they not gonna fuck with you about it, knowing that they killed a woman recently in Iran? The morality, she was a Kurdish woman. Her name was Marsha Armeni, a Kurdish woman, was unalived in Iran for improperly wearing her hijab. So I'm not just being hyperbolic. Let's take a look at the video.
How you want to, but you can take one side short, one side long, right? And then you put it over and over around your face. And some days you get creative, you put a pin. I freestyle everything I do, as you can see. And then I just tuck it in right here. And you wrap it around your corners. Make sure your bosom is covered. There's different ways, but this is the most simple way that you can wear it. So I'm going to give a little example. So ideally, you just, because there's different ways, by the way. You can fit it how you want to, but you can make one side short, one side long, right? And then you put it over and over around your face. And some days you get creative, you can put a pin. I freestyle everything I do, as you can see. And then I just tuck it in right here. And you wrap it around your corners. Make sure your bosom is covered. There's different ways, but this is the most simple way that you can wear it.
The fucked up part is it distorts the conversation, because conservative Republicans like myself who can call out this bullshit, we actually believe in this person's ability to be Muslim and American. I believe in the two-party system. Unlike Democrats, in 2026, why we're seeing the violence? Because what I've been saying since 2025 is Democrats, unlike Republicans, don't read, don't understand why it's important to have a two-party system, how the country was started, what's the difference between America and everywhere else. America is not a theocracy like Iran. I wish we learned more about why we're in Iran and what's wrong with Iran, why America was started, what makes America a city on the shining hill, why would 20 million people immigrate here in 2 years? We're not a theocracy. We're not a monarchy. Conservative Republicans understand the beauty of this. And this is why I respect the Democratic opinion, right? I don't allow bullshit in my chat, but I respect and honor and I understand the necessity for differences of opinion in our American system, the city on the shining hill. Democrats want to burn and blow up and destroy, flag, cancel, whatever else to anybody who disagrees with them. I have a disagreeing opinion to Democrat. That's okay, right? In America, it should be okay. If you're a Muslim, it's okay, right? In America, it should be okay. What's not okay is when Don Lemon goes into a church and disturbs their worship. That's not okay. What's not okay if you're Muslim is if you get a job in government and you continue to bring your religion to work. That's not okay, because we have a separation of church and state, and part of you fulfilling your duty to more than everyone besides Muslims. This is the point why we have a separation of church and state. It's a beautiful mechanism. It's very methodical and mathematical. The reason why they can't wear their hijab while being a police officer, the reason why you don't bring being a Muslim to work as a politician is because you don't just represent Muslims. 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 There's nothing wrong with you being a Muslim. We love and respect and honor your right. This is why America is great. You should be able to be a Muslim. But if you take a role in government, if you take a role in law, you must understand you can't bring your Islamic beliefs and principles to work. I don't care that you're a good Muslim woman. I don't care that you know how to wear a hijab properly. At work as a police officer, it's not a proper place. At work as the mayor of New York, it's not a proper place because you don't represent Muslims independently or even majoritarily. And every time we see Ilhan Omar, that's the motherfucking problem. Every time we see Ilhan Omar, that's the motherfucking problem, right? I just wanted to give that background because we're talking about Ilhan Omar, 30 million being the person who championed the legislation that led to the $19 billion Somali fraud. Now, before I go to that, hold on. I was doing some other research. Before I go to that, let's go back to this. Because I talked about the $19 billion, right? And then I told you about Al-Shabaab, because people say, okay, they stole $19 billion allegedly. What did they do with the money? So I said to my chat, do you know who Al-Shabaab is? Al-Shabaab is a Somali-based militant group, an Al-Qaeda affiliate labeled by the U.S. Africa Man as one of the wealthiest, most lethal terrorist organizations. So your tax dollars have created one of the richest and most lethal terrorist organizations in the globe who are anti-American. I wish this was a Saturday Night Live skit, because it sounds like a fucking joke, right? It sounds like a fucking joke. It sounds like the premise of a Saturday Night Live skit, right? Like, this black guy can't be fucking saying that Somalians came here because we were being too fucking nice. They stole $19 billion. And then remember when I reported that they have access to the Somalian Central Bank in Minnesota? You know how Mexicans at the meat market, they go send money back to Mexico, and I don't even know how legal that is, but Mexicans at the meat market send money. That's dry snitching right there. That's me dry snitching. Well, Somalians in Minnesota do the same shit, but in they meat markets in Minnesota, they have access to the central bank. None of us have access to the central bank in America. I'm an American. I'm a Negro. I go back to slavery. If anybody should have access to anything, it should be me, goddammit. But I don't know shit about the Central Bank of America. Somalians in Minnesota had access to deposit money to the Central Bank of Somalia by going into a motherfucking check cashing booth. I don't think you understand the complexities of the fraud. So after understanding the things I'm teaching you and the fact that Al-Shabaab as a result, allegedly, that al-Shabaab is now one of the wealthiest and lethalist terrorist organizations. It makes perfect sense because the Somalians are $19 billion richer because of the fraud here in America. So these stats track. It operates primarily in southern and central Somalia, aiming to establish strict Islamic rule. That means women can't drive. That's why I'm talking about the hijab, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? That's why women can't drive, women can't dance, women can't go swimming in public, women can't go to school, women can't read. Aiming to establish a strict Islamic rule. Can anybody explain strict Islamic rule in the chat? You know, like Ayatollah Khomeini, you know, like the morality police. Hello. Aiming to topple Somali government and remove foreign forces. Right? That's al-Shabaab. Do we got video of al-Shabaab? Do I got video? Let's see what they got. Because I want some video on al-Shabaab, Somali president. Nearly 6.5 million people face severe hunger. I don't know what the fuck they got to do with al-Shabaab. Let's go to this. Because they got al-Shabaab in the title, and we'll go to the other.
The al-Shabaab group has been fighting the Somali federal government for years, but in the last few months, the al-Qaeda-linked group has taken town after town as central Somalia falls increasingly under its control. Meanwhile, the capital, Mogadishu, and the government there are ever more isolated from the rest of the country. In February, al-Shabaab's offensive, despite numerous government drone and airstrikes, quickly won battle after battle. The group took 7 towns and villages that month alone, including Balad, restricting movement from the city of Jowhar to Mogadishu. Al-Shabaab took 6 more towns in March, in part because of the lack of arms supplied by the government to local clans defending those areas. Poor stabilization and the weak presence of government forces also meant the towns were ripe for the picking. The loss of Al-Digle, a town which sits on an important road junction on the Shabelle River, hampered government movements and the transport of aid in the west. The Somali army pushed back with help from its special forces and troops from the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia, or ALSOM. It retook 2 settlements, but at one stage, the fighting reached the outskirts of the capital. The African Union has more than 11,000 soldiers in Somalia, of whom 50% are Ugandan. Its forces supply not just soldiers, but much-needed helicopter gunships. There was no let-up in April, when al-Shabaab took the town of Barire in Lower Shabelle State, compounding the government supply problem in the west. As al-Shabaab fought to the government for control of Wargadi, the group took 4 more towns. Al-Shabaab kept up pressure on the Somali army, this time pushing into Hiran State. In June and July, al-Shabaab took the villages of El Hariri, Mokokori, and Tardo, giving it control of the main highways running through the area, plus the local airfield. They
got the whole country. This
fighting has been around the strategic village of Sabid Anole on the Shabelle River, only 30 kilometers from Mogadishu. Taken in March by al-Shabaab, the village was recaptured by ALSOM and government troops, only for al-Shabaab to take it again in late July. The group now controls supply routes in the area and the strategically important bridge over the river. The government's rapid loss of most of central Somalia to al-Shabaab has made Mogadishu look like it's losing its grip on the country.
What does this remind you of? Why am I showing you this? Why is this important? Don't this remind you of Iran?
Al-Shabaab has been able to increase its tax base and therefore its revenue as money is extracted from local residents. Movement by road is getting harder as al-Shabaab takes territory and the fighting gets closer and closer to the capital. Mogadishu is well defended by both the Somali National Army and foreign troops, but it's unclear what influence the beleaguered government will have over a country it doesn't control, as al-Shabaab shows no sign of stopping.
I'm just thinking about a debate. I had a debate, and my brother was talking about different sources of news, and I'm just like, I know he don't watch my channel. People be happy for me, but they just watch, and I don't know if they really be happy for my success. They don't realize what I do here, how important my job is, and the information I present. My mind works in such an analytical fashion, And then the way I put these things together, that's why I laugh, because I know a lot of my chat are upset with the Somalian fraud, but a lot of my chat are older than 40 years old. So if you're older than 40 years old, you're wondering what's behind the Somali fraud. And now the person that you watch, if you did do a super chat, thank you and I love you. If you did hit the like button, thank you and I love you. If you did hit the subscribe button, thank you and I love you. This is a call out to the intelligent people to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, become a member, join the channel. Membership has its privileges, and hit the super chat. Donate, super chat 5, 10, 25, $150. Show your support for the channel. The person you subscribe to, the person you watch, is presenting to you not only good, factual, fresh, new, breaking news, but perspectives that are unique to him and his intelligence and this platform, right? I said, do you know who Al-Shabaab is and what they are doing in Somalia? And I educated you that after the $19 billion fraud here in America, Al-Shabaab is the most wealthy and the most lethal Muslim terrorist group in the globe. You hear a lot about ISIS. You hear a lot about Al-Qaeda. I myself talk about the Iranian proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. A lot of you are just now realizing who the Houthis are. When Trump was talking about the Houthis a year ago, you didn't realize they were Iranian proxies. Now you realize Hezbollah is in Lebanon and Hamas is in Gaza. Do you know Americans have opinions on geopolitics, and a lot of them still don't know how to associate these terrorist groups to the proper geographical location? Some of you do. But that is one of the things that should be a prerequisite for anyone who would like to say anything negative about my President Trump. Let's go to the leader of Somalia and then deeper into Al-Shabaab and the $19 billion benefactors. The $19 billion benefactors of Ilhan Omar fraud.
Somalia is struggling. The two most difficult and complex terrorist groups, ISIS and Al-Shabaab, which is also Al-Qaeda in principle. We've been fighting with them.
Al-Shabaab is also Al-Qaeda in principle. I don't think you're hearing this anywhere else, who have been enriched by billions of dollars of Somalian fraud opened up by Ilhan Omar legislation. God damn, I'm good.
For the last couple of decades, not almost close to 2 decades, I say. So whatever they say, whether it's their own or whether it's Al-Qaeda, at the end of the day, this is a sense of Somaliness that they wanted to attract the Somali people's attention. Why do they claim and claim that they are defending Israel while they are destroying Somalia and destroying the Somali people, their livelihood and their security? Why do they claim that they are going to defend Somalia? Let them take the peace, let them stop the terror, let them agree with their Somali people and be part of Somalia. Let them denounce being part of Al-Qaeda and join the mainstream Somali politics and Somali way of life. But Somali people are smart enough to understand that this is a crocodile's tear. They don't have much to help Somalia. They are the ones who facilitated Israel to come to there because they keep Somalia to remain weak. And because of that is why Israel is trying to come to Somalia and divide Somalia. Today, Somalia is struggling. The two most difficult.
Just to give you some real geopolitics that you may not hear everywhere. It's unfortunate, though. It's unfortunate that the liberal and the legacy media are not telling you what the truth is, right? Not telling you what's going on, where the money going. But I know you have been wondering where the money going. I know you've been wondering where the money going, right? Let's keep going on this news, man, because I feel like I feel hot right now. I feel the momentum cooking, right? I feel real good about the podcast. The last couple of days, man, I've been feeling in my zone, man. And I want to say thank you to
on Cuba.
everybody.
Oil blockade on Cuba. There's no.
Thank you to everybody watching, man. I want to go to one of my guys, man. I think Marco Rubio, he has been performing so highly. going back to Venezuela. I'm just so proud of him. Check it out. Breaking news, Secretary of State Marco Rubio hits back at claims of U.S. oil blockade on Cuba. Now, remember, yesterday, if you watch my podcast, we talked about the results of the blockade in Cuba and why America has won in Iran. In case you are new here, I have said America has won the war in Iran. I use Cuba as an example in the results of the blockade and the blockade on the Straits of Hormuz. The blockade in Cuba has resulted in 18-hour blackouts, hospitals closing, 96,000 backlog of hospitals, 11,000 children in backlog, pregnant women having issues with pregnancies because there's a lack of supplies. I said the same thing is happening in Iran. This is why we're going to get peace and a regime change in Iran. Iran is out of bread. Iran is running out of insulin, saline, bandages, needles, the necessary things to facilitate a healthy childbirth. Beyond that, let's go to Rubio talking about the blockade in Cuba, and I got some more stuff from Rubio. I just think Vance Rubio is a hard combination to beat for 2028 all around.
Oil blockade on Cuba. There's no oil blockade on Cuba per se. Here's what's happening with Cuba, okay? Cuba used to get free oil from Venezuela. Used to give them a bunch of free oil. They would take like 60% of that oil and resell it for cash. It wouldn't even go to benefit the people. So the only blockade that's happened is the Cubans have decided, the Venezuelans have decided we're not giving you free oil anymore. And you can only imagine nowadays, the way oil prices are, no one's giving away free oil, much less to a failed regime. So the problem with Cuba is worse, okay? Their economic model doesn't work. And the people who are in charge can't fix it. And the reason that I can't fix it is not just because they're communists, that's bad enough, but they're incompetent communists. On Cuba,
Marco Rubio on the Cuban blockade. So I've been reporting to everybody who don't know the results of the Cuban blockade. I think it's relevant in geopolitics because we have the same strategy in Iran with the Iranian blockade. The results of the Cuban blockade, while Marco Rubio was speaking to it because there's a humanitarian crisis occurring in Cuba and Iran. Iran cannot process wheat into flour, but Iran can't get wheat from Russia. Iran has all of its supplies sitting in the Straits of Hormuz. When people talk about supplies, what are you talking about? Not just cooking oil, not just wheat, not just flour, but also antibiotics, saline, insulin, needles, bandages, things to operate and run hospitals. In Cuba, there is a 96,000 backlog. Right now, there is 11,000 children waiting for surgery. Women can't get to hospitals when they're pregnant. Women can't get the proper epidurals when pregnant. They can't keep medicines refrigerated because of the 18-hour blackouts and refrigerators that go offline. This is the reality not only in Cuba, but also in Iran. Marco Rubio speaking to the Cuban blockade.
On Cuba, there's no oil blockade on Cuba per se. Here's what's happening with Cuba, okay? Cuba used to get free oil from Venezuela. Used to give them a bunch of free oil. They would take like 60% of that oil and resell it for cash. It wouldn't even go to benefit the people. So the only blockade that's happened is the Cubans have decided, the Venezuelans have decided we're not giving you free oil anymore. And you can only imagine nowadays, the way oil prices are, no one's giving away free oil, much less to a failed regime. So the problem with Cuba is worse, okay? Their economic model doesn't work. And the people who are in charge can't fix it. And the reason that I can't fix it is not just because they're communists, that's bad enough, but they're incompetent communists. On Cuba, oil.
You understand? It's not that they communists, they incompetent communists. Marco Rubio talking about the Cuban oil blockade, but more from that same press conference. Marco Rubio update on the Straits of Hormuz and Operation Project Freedom. I tell you, Marco Rubio, Vance Rubio, JD Vance, Marco Rubio, hard combination to beat in 2028, especially when we look at what the Supreme Court did with the electoral map and the SCOTUS. If we can get the SAVE Act and we can get rid of mail-in ballots, oh man, Republicans all the way, red wave all the way. Put it in the chat. Rubio, Vance Rubio, double tap, hit the like button. You're watching the Perfect Summer Podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube for domestic and geopolitical debate. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Double tap at the like button. Let's get into it. Marco Rubio on the Straits of Hormuz. Do y'all see Vance Rubio 2028? Tell me what you see.
So already many nations privately and some publicly have asked the United States to help free their ships and to restore freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz and this critical artery of global trade. And so President Trump, as he always does, stepped up and answered the calls for their help. And he's directed the United States military to guide these stranded ships to safety, to provide a protective bubble under which they can operate and move product and get themselves out of there and out of harm's way. And this is the first step towards reopening the strait and bringing this regime's last-ditch act of economic arson, bringing that to a close. We're doing it not only because we were asked, but because we're the only ones who can. We have the power to sort of take the steps that we've taken now. Under this president, under President Trump, the United States will help our friends. We're going to stand up to rogue regimes like the one in Tehran, and we're going to be unashamed to use our power and our abilities to project military power in the service of our national interest above all else. Now, what's really important for you to report and for everyone to understand is this is not an offensive operation. This is a defensive operation. And what that means is very simple. There's no shooting unless we're shot at first. Okay, we're not attacking them. But if they're attacking us or they're attacking a ship, you need to respond to that. You're not going to let some fast boat come up on the ship and shoot it up. We're going to respond to it, and we've been successful at it. I don't know what the exact number is, but I know a number of those fast boats have now been targeted and will continue to be if they pose a threat to our forces. We'll shoot down drones, we'll shoot down missiles, but it's defensive in nature. This is defensive. So if you hear stories about attacks and launching of firing back and forth, it's not back and forth. We are only responding if attacked first. This is a defensive operation. And
double tap at the like button. Looking like a president. Look at presidential. Marco Rubio on the Straits of Hormuz. This is defensive and humanitarian as we ferry ships who have been sitting for weeks.
So already many nations privately and some
without the ability
publicly have asked the United States to help free their ships.
Who haven't had the ability to get food, so they're asking us to help free their ships. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Are you supporting Trump's efforts in Iran? Do you understand the geopolitical landscape? If not, you're in the right place. Let's watch.
I feel less safe due to the actions of our leaders. I'm incredibly grateful for our servicemen. You're doing
your feelings don't make it a
listen,
fact.
you are
your
doing
feelings, the way you feel doesn't make it a fact.
You are doing. Let me finish. He was talking to me. He was talking to me.
Hold on a second, Hal. I'll let you respond.
No one was talking to me.
Problem.
You are doing the exact same thing that I just laid out in the opening. You are telling young people they shouldn't be asking questions. They shouldn't be questioning the people in power because it's ungrateful.
Questions about the nature of
okay, then what was ungrateful about what I said? I said that the leaders are making us less safe, and I can prove that. Right now, Iran has control over the Strait of Hormuz, and that is a weapon they didn't have control of 2 months ago.
Of course they did. They shut down the Strait of Hormuz in the 80s. And we opened it up in the 80s.
And by the way,
was there free passage
Iran
to the
with a
Strait of
nuclear
Hormuz?
weapon, you think gas prices are high right now? Iran with a nuclear weapon, we'd have unlimitedly high gas prices. They would take control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they would blackmail the world.
And how much farther away are they from having a nuclear weapon? Where's the enriched uranium right now?
They're non-existent.
Where's the enriched uranium
We're
right
going
now?
to get the enriched uranium.
No, where is it? I want you to answer.
It's buried right now. But
where is it buried?
You're asking me. I'm not in the classified briefings, and neither are you. So just
where
be quiet
is it
for a minute
buried?
and let
We
me
know
finish.
it's buried in Iran.
Let me finish.
Okay, Adam,
we are more safe than we were before we took out Iran's nuclear capabilities. Absolutely more safe. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be open, and Iran's not going to control it. That is
In 2
absolutely
weeks.
going to happen. It doesn't matter if it's 2 weeks or 2 months.
It does actually matter
It does
because
not.
economists are saying if it's closed for a few more months and we're going to go into a recession. So it does matter.
No,
it absolutely does matter.
No one's predicting that because the markets that are all-time high.
No one's predicting that?
The markets that are an all-time high, the markets aren't predicting it.
With the oil markets?
The inflation rate has stayed where it is. And by the way,
What was inflation when
by the
Biden
way,
took office?
unemployment has stayed low. So when you're talking about everyone's predicting this.
Can you look the average American in the
Put a one in the chat. Let's get into it. Let me hear that one more time. I'm gonna get into it.
Hormuz, and that is a weapon they didn't have control of 2 months ago.
#1, we have control of the straits. I've been showing that. We took the Tosca. We just blew up 6 speedboats. We have 3 aircraft carriers, 15,000 troops. We just drew down 5,000 troops from Germany. I just debunked that. Let's keep going.
They did. They shut down the Strait of Hormuz in the 80s. And we opened it up in the 80s.
And by the way,
There was free passage
Iran
to the
with a
Strait of
nuclear
Hormuz?
weapon, you think
2
gas
months ago.
prices are high right now? Iran with a nuclear weapon, we'd have unlimitedly high gas prices. They would take control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they would blackmail the world.
And how
with
much
that.
farther away are they from having a nuclear weapon? Where's the
Way
enriched
up.
uranium right now?
They're non-existent.
Where's the enriched uranium
We're
right
going
now?
to get the enriched
No,
uranium.
where is it? I want you to
It's
answer.
buried right now. But
No, where is it buried?
Do you know? He act like he know. It don't matter where it is. They're gonna give it up because they're gonna starve.
asking me. I'm not in the classified briefings, and neither are you. So just be
Where is
quiet
it
for a minute.
buried?
And let
We
me
know it's
finish.
buried in Iran.
Let me finish.
Okay, Adam,
we are more safe than we were before we took out Iran's nuclear capability.
Are we more safe? Put a one in the chat. Do you agree? Are we more safe? See, this is the way this is the lack of complete thought that I always talk about, because they want to discuss this in a vacuum. Are we more safe? This is the question. And this is the question, but you have to truly understand geopolitics and what happened under the Biden regime and how we even got to invading Iran or invading Cuba or even going to ask for the Green Dome and exposing our non-European allies. So when I asked, are we safer, you have to understand what took place, right? I could go back to 1944, but let's not go back that far. Let's go back way back in the time to the Biden regime, because a lot of people, we could even go back to the Obama regime and the JPCOA. That's the name of the deal that you hear a lot about on TikTok from TikTok talking head Democrat liberals. They talk about this nuclear deal that the Democrats had, but none of them know the deal and none of them know any of the bullet points in the deal. The important points to understand is that under this lack of deal, it allowed the Straits of Hormuz to be used and sell black oil with illegal unsanctioned ships, right? Like the ship that we took off the coast of Venezuela that was sanctioned by Biden. So what happened was Joe Biden couldn't get the JPCOA in 2021. Then Joe Biden leaves Afghanistan in a shambles. He leaves behind equipment. He leaves behind airplanes and then allies who we had paid and trained to help us. So Joe Biden leaves the region in what I call, put it in the chat for me, a power vacuum. Joe Biden creates a power vacuum after America had been in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years, right? And then we were the reason why the Iranian proxies like Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, Houthis, who all have sworn in a jihad to kill Americans and Israel. So America leaves Afghanistan in a power vacuum. What happens? The new Iranian, because in 2021, the Europeans negotiate on behalf of the Americans. But what we're learning now in Vienna, Biden tries to get the JPCOA re-signed and get a peace deal with Iran. Biden is so sleepy, he doesn't even go. The Europeans negotiate on behalf of the Americans. Now we're learning why possibly we never got a peace deal with Iran, because the Europeans do not negotiate on behalf of American principles. We're learning that from Stallmer, who said he is not aligned with America. He is aligned with Ukraine and Zelensky. They are still trying to bomb nuclear Russia and start a World War III. France is not aligned. Spain is not aligned. Italy is not aligned. Be it as it may, what happens is when we leave Afghanistan in a power vacuum, we depend on Europe to get a peace deal. Europe doesn't get the deal. Europe fails in Vienna. No one knows the details that Biden and Kamala never actually attended the peace talks and allowed Europe to facilitate the failure. Number two, Iran elects a hardliner, and Iran is allowed. Remember, President Trump said Obama filled up a plane with 1.7, a Boeing 757. Obama filled up a Boeing 757 with a $1.5 billion and give their goal. The Democrats were trying to pay off Iran. So if you're wondering, when I quote 700 million to Hezbollah, when I quote 300 million to Hamas, when I quote drones and missiles to the Houthis to take over the Red Sea, and you say, well, where did Iran get the money? Obama gave them billions of dollars. Biden freed up $6 billion in sanction money. And then in the JPCOA, the non-nuclear deal, it did not speak to Iran facilitating the proxies and Iran making money in the Straits off black oil, illegal unsanctioned oil with unsanctioned ships. That's how Iran made its money. That's how Iran, if you look at, this is why I laid a foundation with Al-Shabaab. This is why I laid a foundation with Al-Shabaab and Al-Qaeda in Somalia in the $19 billion fraud in Minnesota, linking the fraud to Al-Shabaab proliferation, so that you could understand Iran's link to the proxies and Iran violence proliferation after America leaves. So after America leaves Afghanistan, you have the money, you have the will, you have the motive. Iran begins to bomb the fuck out of Israel. Israel is this small country surrounded by its enemies. And now a power vacuum is created and an opportunity is created. And Iran took advantage. Even if you disagree with me, I just wish they would have the conversation from an honest vantage point and talk about the fact that after Biden, geopolicy failed. It put Iran in a position and it put Israel back against the wall, because it takes away this racist ideology that Israel is the boogeyman, because Tel Aviv is getting bombed. Israel is getting bombed. No American city is being bombed. No American city is being bombed. And it's not only happening since February 28th. After Biden left Afghanistan, the Iranian proxies began to bomb Israel. My theory, and I have a graph, I have a book, I've done my research. My theory is there is a through line of proxy violence after Biden leaves Afghanistan. I've presented on my channel once before. Every time they soften up the target, it's called softening a target. And what you see over time is you see the Iranian proxies bombing here, bombing here, bombing here, and seeing if the Americans will respond and seeing how and if Israel responds. And that is what leads up to October 7th. No one else, and this is not like complicated. This is not convoluted. This is soft targets. This is not complex. You've heard soft targets before. You know what a Nerf gun is. You know what it is to be a soft target. You know what a power vacuum is. And so the Iranian proxies softened up Israel until the point where they understood they could get away and execute October 7th, because Israel had become a soft target under the fact that Biden was the president and how he left the Middle East in his geopolitical stance. This is the reality. So when I ask you, are we safer? When I ask you, are we safer? Yeah, we've crippled Iran's ability to fund their proxies. When we take out the fraud in Minnesota, we cripple al-Shabaab and al-Qaeda's ability to wreak havoc and kill Christians. Are we safer? Are we safer? Put a one in the chat.
Absolutely more safe. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be open, and Iran's not going to control it. That is absolutely going to happen. It doesn't matter if it's 2 weeks or 2 months.
It does actually matter, because
not.
economists are saying if it's closed for a few more months, and we're going to go into a recession. So it does matter.
No.
If the Straits of Hormuz remain closed, like Cuba, Iran will starve. Why not be honest? America makes money. America prints money. Pete Hegseth just asked for $1.5 trillion like it wasn't shit. Why do white people, look at this white guy, young white man, want to be boo-ha, moo-ha, recession, you will be poor, moo-ha. Who got money right now? Who got money? Who getting Epstein money? Who getting Epstein money? Ain't nobody got no motherfucking money. You can't scare us with a motherfucking recession. But I can be scared by al-Shabaab, al-Qaeda, and motherfucking Houthi violence and proliferation. Man, fuck you talking about a recession. Americans are not the one who have to worry. What is the result of what's happening in Iran? Why he wants to say, and this is the thing about fear mongering, he's saying something that may happen and hasn't happened. If we stay there, if it was a fifth, all of us would be drunk. Put it in the chat. If it was a fifth, all of us would be drunk. If we get a recession. But what's happening right now is the American petrodollar has been made strong after being dead. The American petrodollar was done. Democrats and Republicans can agree on that. We didn't have no motion. BRICS was the motion. Cryptocurrency was the motion. Countries were giving up on the. We just had to do a swap line. I don't even have to make the argument. We had to do a swap line because they were dollar poor. We did a swap line because they were dollar poor, because the dollar had been losing headway. countries had moved away from the dollar. Democrats and Republicans, we don't have to argue that. That's a fact. We just did a swap line because they were dollar poor. If you're paying attention to the swap line, to the UAE leaving OPEC, if you understand dollar poor, if you understand the petrodollar, fuck your recession, fuck your predictions, fuck your fear mongering right now, the King of New York, Donald Trump, the King of New York, has said no one else can sell oil but America. America is oil rich. Drill, baby, drill. Can I get drill, baby, drill in the chat? Drill, baby, drill in the chat. America is oil rich and now the #1 exporter of energy in the world. We are more powerful because of it. We're richer because of it. Now, let's not even talk about, that's America, right? What about Venezuela? What about Venezuela? We have made $7 billion from Venezuelan oil. We just signed a $2 billion deal with Chevron. What the fuck are you talking about, homie? Can we run it back? Y'all want to run it back? Y'all want to run it back? Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Let's run it back. Drill, baby, drill.
I feel less safe due to the actions of our leaders. I am incredibly grateful for our service.
I feel more safe. And you don't look less safe. Can I get a laugh? And can I get an LOL in the chat? Who believes this young privilege? Check your white privilege. Who believes this young? I can't believe he want to get that off. I can't believe he tried to get that off. Who believes? Shit. He feels less safe. You We're not talking about Skid Row. No. We're not talking about Kensington in Philadelphia. We're not talking about Skid Row in LA. We're talking about this wealthy, young, affluent, educated white man, and he wants my chat and me, my black ass, my black MAGA ass. He wants me to believe he feel less safe. Okay. We'll start there. You feel less safe, bro. That's your truth. Ladies and gentlemen, that's his truth. Okay?
I feel less safe due to the actions of our leaders. I am incredibly grateful for our servicemen. And you're doing
your feelings don't make it a
listen,
fact.
you are doing...
Your feelings don't make it a fact. Young man, just because you feel less safe don't make it a fact. What? Whoa, that bag up. Whoa, that bag up. One more time.
I feel less safe due to the actions of our leaders. I am incredibly grateful for our servicemen. And you're doing
your feelings don't make it a fact.
Your fifis. He said your feelings don't make it a fact. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Your feelings don't make it a fact. Can we do that's gonna be a t-shirt. That's gonna be a t-shirt. T-shirt, clip that. Yo, clip. Is there a clip button? I don't know if I got a clip button, but goddamn it, clip that. Goddamn it, clip that. Your feelings don't make it a fact. That's my t-shirt. Perfect Time of Podcast. Your feelings don't make it a fact. Oh, shit.
Your feelings, the way you feel doesn't make it a fact.
You are doing.
Let
me finish. He was talking to me.
Hold on a second, Hal. I'll let you respond.
No one was talking to me.
Let him finish.
You are doing the exact same thing that I just laid out in the opening. You are telling young people they shouldn't be asking questions. They shouldn't be questioning the people in power because it's ungrateful.
Questions about the nature of the
then what was ungrateful about what I said? I said that the leaders are making us less safe, and I can prove that. Right now, Iran has control over the Strait of Hormuz, and that is a weapon they didn't have control of 2 months ago.
Of course they did. They shut down the Strait of Hormuz in the 80s. And we opened it up in the 80s.
And by the way, Iran
Iran
with a nuclear weapon. You think gas prices are high right now? Iran with a nuclear weapon, we'd have unlimitedly high gas prices. Correct. They would take control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they would blackmail the world.
And how much farther away are they from having a nuclear weapon? Where's the enriched uranium right now?
They're non-existent.
Where's the enriched uranium?
We're going to get the enriched uranium.
No, where is it? I want you to answer.
It's buried right now. But
where is it buried?
You're asking me. I'm not in the classified briefings, and neither are you. So just
where is it buried?
So to this point, you know what I would say to this? I would remind everybody what I said yesterday on Mega MAGA Monday. If you're new here, subscribe, hit the like button so you don't miss Mega MAGA Monday, one of my biggest days of my podcast. What we talked about yesterday, to the question about where the uranium is that there are 15,000 troops in Iran right now, 3 aircraft carriers, and we have a troop drawdown in Germany of 5,000 troops. And the training, the individuals with the training necessary to retrieve the uranium are in Iran right now. I said my next expose will be why you were sleeping, why you were feeling unsafe, why you were feeling unsafe. Trump was amassing an armada in Iran, 3 aircraft carriers, over 100 airships, and now a 5,000 troop teardown in Germany. And now the geopolitics of NATO and Europe are changing, and Iran and China and Russia have to look at America's commitment by saying they have 40,000 troops in Germany, the most that they have in Europe, and they're willing to take down 5,000 to send a signal, not only to Europe and NATO, the EU and the UK and Starmer and Macron and Italy and Spain, but send a signal to China, send a signal to Russia, send a signal to Iran, the commitment of the American and the American armed forces and their commitment to their agenda, rather than their commitment to Europe and the protection of the old West. I told you yesterday, there is a new West. When we draw down troops in Germany, I said that 5,000 troop drawdown, it's not just a 5,000 troop drawdown. I said it's an economic. I lived in Fairfield, Travis Air Force Base. Anybody lives in a place with an Air Force base and understand the economic ramifications of such a thing, or maybe you live somewhere like Folsom or Lompoc, or somewhere like the TV show with the prison in your city, and you understand the economics of what the prison means, or what the base means, right? This is the principles that we getting at, right? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. We breaking down. Somebody said Air Force Base, San Antonio. Exactly. So you understand what that money means, right?
Buried. We know it's buried in Iran.
Let me finish.
Okay, Adam.
We are more safe.
When they took those 5,000 troops from Germany, estimates say $2 billion will leave the German economy. So right now, the German chancellor, who was talking shit about Donald Trump, is now worried about losing that economic base because the American soldier put so much into the German economy. And now you got to look at what will happen if America takes more soldiers out of Germany. What happens to the German economy? That brings me to when I asked you guys, do you know about the Berlin Wall? Do you know about East and West Germany? If you truly understand geopolitics, right? It's not only the 5,000 troop drawdown, it's the fact that Trump has threatened to lobby tariffs on the EU automakers, including Germany, which would also cripple the German economy. And estimates say it could cost $15 billion annually in tariffs. $15 billion annually in tariffs would pass on to Germany, and that's not including the entire EU, because of the NATO's lack of support in Iran and NATO's lack of paying the 2%. And Trump had requested 5% in countries like Spain, not paying anything. Double tap, hit the like button.
Than we were before we took out Iran's nuclear capabilities. Absolutely more safe. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be open, and Iran's not going to control it. That is absolutely going to happen. It doesn't matter if it's 2 weeks or 2 months.
It does actually matter, because
not.
economists are saying if it's closed for a few more months, then we're going to go into a recession. So it does matter. It absolutely does matter.
No one's predicting that, because the markets that are all-time high.
No one's predicting that?
The markets that are an all-time high, the markets aren't predicting it.
With the oil markets?
The inflation rate has stayed where it is. And by the way,
what was inflation?
By the way, unemployment has stayed low. So when you're talking about everyone's predicting this.
Can you look the average American in the eye?
So like I said, the petrodollar is strong now. This fear mongering. America is strong now. He is saying that if and when, right, these Democrats are betting on Trump to lose so that you go through a recession. The truth is the UAE left OPEC. He left that out too. How many people have been paying attention? The UAE left OPEC. Let's get down to the real nitty gritty. The UAE, does anybody understand who OPEC is? Does anybody understand that NATO and OPEC are old 19th century paradigms and that the world is changing, that geopolitics is changing, and there is a new West being formed by Donald Trump and the Republicans? Get your life together. So on the other side of this, the changes have already come. I said $7 billion in the Qatari offshore account from Venezuela. The changes from the Trump administration and these efforts have already come, not just in Venezuela, but in Iran. Double tap, hit the like button with the understanding of everything that I've taught you today. Double tap, hit the like button. So let's go into another story. Let's go right now. Let's stay with the fire. And let's go. I was talking about the SAVE Act, and a lot of people want to talk about Nick Shirley. We're going to talk about Nick Shirley, and we're going to tie Nick Shirley to Karen Bass in LA. Let's go into the SAVE Act with my greatest president.
Borders will pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American election. Because all voters must show voter ID, all voters must have proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And we will also enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports. And did you ever hear of something like it? You know, I'm just, as I say it a lot. Can you imagine 15 years ago saying that? The borders will pass to Save America.
He's the greatest president. I fucking love him. He's the greatest president. Title IX. No more Title IX, man. No more Title IX. No more tampon Tim. They always ask us, are you happy? Did you get what you voted for? Put a 1 in the chat if you got what you voted for. Put a 1 in the chat if you got what you voted for. We got to give it up, man. We got to give it up. Put a 1 in the chat if you got what you voted for. I got what I voted for, bro. I got what I voted for, bro. I know what Title IX is. I know what Tampon Tim wanted to do. Double tap, hit the like button. I love it. I know in California, and I just saw that they was doing this in Minnesota and other Democratic states. Do you know Trump and the administration stopped Gavin Newsom and the Democrats in California from having secret conversations with our children about their sexual orientation? In California, they had passed a law that gave teachers the permission to have secret conversations, 3 incremental conversations in elementary school. I didn't know it was in other states. I just learned that another state blocked a similar legislation that gave teachers the permission to secretly talk with your children about their sexual orientation, that could give your children medication secretly behind your back, start puberty blockers, and then force fathers into gender assignment roles or take away parental rights. All of this was stopped by Donald Trump. So when I say put a 1 in the chat if you got what you voted for, I mean shit like that.
You posted a lot about wanting to eliminate the filibuster. It hasn't happened. Are you disappointed in leadership?
Yeah, no, I'm disappointed. I like John a lot, but he has a couple of Republicans that are foolish people. A couple of them I like, a couple of them I can't stand, actually, if you want to know the truth. Although I am at, according to CNN, 100% approval within the Republican Party. That's better than your record. I'm at 100% approval. Did you see the CNN poll? Nobody talks about it. CNN, I think the people that did that poll probably got fired within the Republican Party in MAGA, which is basically 100% of the party, I think, but 100%. No, I think that you're going to see some very interesting things. The filibuster, if you had it, we should have the Save America Act. We should have voter identification, voter ID. We should have proof of citizenship. We should have mail-in voting for the military and people that need it, but not for everybody. Because anytime you have mail-in voting, they're going to cheat. And they cheat like dogs. And they have to cheat. You know, in all fairness to the Democrats, when you have men and women's sports, when you have open borders, when you have transgender mutilization, don't listen to this, kids, of your children, transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. When you have policies like that, you have to cheat. It's the only way they can win. And we shouldn't allow them to cheat. And we should terminate the filibuster, because if they get the chance, they'll do it in the first hour back. Yeah.
Is he the greatest? He is the best television. There's no better television. Kids don't listen to this. Kids don't listen to this. I mean, but for a podcaster, please, everybody, double tap, hit the like button, subscribe. It's the best TV. I got the best podcast. Truly, we do this every day. It's the best TV. Because it's just like spontaneous. It's like improv. It's just off the cuff. He doesn't stop talking. He keeps fucking talking. It's the greatest fucking TV. He said kids don't listen, and he continues to fucking make this. It's like the best grandpa. It's the best grandpa. God, I love him so much. God. He says kids don't listen, and he continues. God. You don't want to be a grandpa. You don't want to be. Ah, shit. It's the number one. Can I get a one in the chat? Can I get a one in the chat?
Republican Party and MAGA, which is basically 100% of the party, I think, but 100%. No, I think that you're going to see some very interesting things. The filibuster, if you had it, we should have the Save America Act. We should have voter identification, voter ID. We should have proof of citizenship. We should have mail-in voting for the military and people that need it, but not for everybody. Because anytime you have mail-in voting, they're going to cheat. And they cheat like dogs. And they have to cheat. You know, in all fairness to the Democrats, when you have men and women's sports, when you have open borders, when you have transgender mutilization, don't listen to this, kids, of your children, transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. When you have policies like that, you have to cheat. It's the only way they can win. And we shouldn't allow them to cheat. And we should terminate the filibuster, because if they get the chance, they'll do it in the first hour back. Yeah.
You don't subscribe. If you don't subscribe, you just like bullshit. If you don't subscribe to this channel, you just like bullshit, bro. Just admit you like bullshit, bro. Just admit you don't like to be entertained, bro. Just admit you don't like podcasts that are entertaining.
For the filibuster, Mr. President.
Just admit it, man. Just admit it. Oh, shit, I got tears fucking coming out my fucking eyes, man. Look at my Detroit jersey, man. Shout out to Detroit, man. I'm from the Bay, man. We got solidarity with Detroit, man. Oh, shit. Oh, I had a great day. Oh, my God. I need something to wipe my eyes with, man. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, man. Man, I love you, Trump. Oh, Trump, you're the greatest. Trump knows, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Tap in, man. Hit the like, share, subscribe. Did I get a super chat yet? You motherfucking cheap bastards. Send a super chat and hit the like button. You've been cheap with the likes all day, bitches. Hit the like button and send a super chat, you cheap bastards. Double tap at the like button. What's wrong with you? Number one podcast on YouTube. Number one for geopolitical and domestic debate. You made it. I know you heard about me. You've been saying you want to watch the Perfect Timing podcast. You missed Mega Monday. You stumbled on the Watch It Taco Tuesday. You've been amazed so far. You're like, fuck, he did that on Monday. He did this on Tuesday. What the fuck is coming up on Wednesday? Well, hit the motherfucking subscribe and like and find out. What's your bitch ass? What's your bitch ass?
City Mayor Zohran Memdani. Remember that video from the mayor? Well, Ken Griffin is reacting after the Democrat socialist singled him out in that viral video, announcing a new tax on second homes.
It was creepy and weird.
Agree.
I mean, like, knock, knock, knock on the window. Like, huh. Mayor of New York
knock
City.
on the screen, yeah.
Yeah, on the screen, like.
Yeah.
That's
How many times have you watched that video?
3. Like, you literally look at the first time, and you're like, you got to be kidding me. Okay? And then the second time, you're like, you know what, this has gone from creepy to actually not really creepy. This has gone frightening because, you know, the CEO of United Healthcare was killed just a few blocks from my house. And anything that creates like an agitation in the extremist on either side of the aisle is a frightening dynamic. I mean, you know, if we look at what happened in DC.
We will get brand new reaction to that. Tommy Lahren will be joining us on that coming up.
Double tap, hit the like button, you guys. Double tap, hit the like button. Just more news. Next, just more news. So y'all heard about Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley, let's go to the Nick Shirley news. Nick Shirley narrowly escapes. We're going to talk about it right now. Did y'all know Nick Shirley went to Cuba? So the last news that we presented with Nick Shirley is that Nick Shirley was in California because California had passed legislation or was attempting to. One part of the legislation passed to Nick Shirley Act to stop him from exposing the fraud in California when it came to hospice. And also Dr. Oz had done the same thing. You know, the other day, you guys, I make cookies. I'm a chef. I made cookies, but to make my cookies, I put this peanut butter. I made this peanut butter, and I've been keeping it right here by my desk. I don't know why I kept it by my desk. I shouldn't have kept it by my desk because I want to take a bite of the peanut brittle. I made it from scratch. This is the peanut brittle right here that I made from scratch. I don't know why I kept it on my desk, but see, it's so beautiful. It just came apart when it fell down. I didn't mean to, but I just seen it on my desk, and I'm old, man. You know, I can't even eat this. My teeth ain't no good. They're not even real. I can't even eat this, but I love it, and I made it from scratch because they don't know how to make it no more. And I don't know why I got it on my desk. I have to apologize. I truly apologize, but I had to. Oh my God, it's absolutely delicious. It's the most amazing thing. I make it with pecans. It's not peanuts, it's pecans, and I made it from scratch. Oh my God, I'm not gonna eat no more. I won't do that to you. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that to you. No. But just know it's absolutely delectable. Okay, let's get back to Nick Shirley. Why do I have that on my desk? You guys know, don't have shit like that on your desk. We've been potting, motherfucking hungry. I got motherfucking homemade pecan brittle, whatever the fuck you call it. Pecan, and yeah, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. Nick Shirley, I'm gonna get to you, man. I'm gonna get to you, Nick Shirley. I love you. Yeah, I'm gonna get to the Nick Shirley. So, God, dog, if you see it, you see how, that's how you know you made it correctly. You reached the right temperature. Because you buy it from the store, it'd be so hard that an old man can't eat it. You gotta make it yourself. Oh my God. Why did I even take a bite? I want to eat the whole bag. I gotta go on with my story. In my mind, I'm an ex-fat boy. I have no candies for you. I have no sodas for you, fat boy. I have no Kool-Aid for you. I have no sodas for you. I was dumb. Why did I do that? Oh my God. Oh, I'm high off the brittle. Okay. Nick Shirley. Okay. Nick Shirley escapes Cuban surveillance after camera seizure. Did you guys know Nick Shirley was in Cuba? This is after he's left California. California tries to create a law to arrest and prohibit Nick Shirley from doing his videos in California. Nick Shirley then says he would like to go to Cuba to film what communism is like. Let's get into the story. On April 30th, 2026, content creator Nick Shirley arrived in Cuba on a tourist visa approved for journalistic activity to document shortages and blackouts amid U.S. sanctions. Authorities took his professional gear, followed him with the security detail present, and a two-star general raided in the lobby of his hotel overnight, though he left voluntarily the next day without arrest. Cuban state security dismissed the claims as anti-communist exaggeration, as anti-communist exaggeration, while supporters like Representative Carlos Jimenez hailed his courage, and skeptics like Hassan Piker called it a manufactured drama. Shirley plans to release his iPhone footage soon, and amid ongoing debates over Cuba's hardship. Double tap, hit the like button. Nick Shirley almost kidnapped in Cuba. This is the video. I don't know how much of it we'll watch because it's a long video, but we'll definitely listen to the first couple minutes. And we'll let it rock for as long as you guys choose to, and we'll have a discussion. Do you think California was correct with the Nick Shirley Act? Do you think Nick Shirley was wise for going to Cuba? We have a lot to extrapolate from this news. Double tap, hit the like button, and don't forget, you cheap bastards have not sent a super chat. Don't forget, you cheap bastards have not sent a super chat, and you're being frivolous with the likes. The like is free. The subscribe is free. So you can hit the like and you can hit the like and subscribe, and you cheap bastards can hit the super chat. Let's get into Nick Shirley. And this is from a hotel in Cuba. Nick Shirley is still in Cuba.
Comes out, or if it does, we are currently being told by Cuban intelligence here in Havana, Cuba. I came here. I've been wanting to make a video for so long about life in communism and showing people what communism is like in a place like Cuba, for instance. Came here to make this video, and when people think about communism, they typically just think about how communism is supposed to make everything equal, whether it be the amount of money someone makes or how food's distributed and how the markets are then controlled by the government. However, something that people do not think about, including myself, is how in communism, they do not have freedom of speech. They don't have freedom of press. And therefore, they want to make sure everything that is posted or out in the world about their country is filtered or censored. So here in Cuba, as soon as I arrived into Cuba, I did everything that you need to do to come into Cuba as far as the documentations that it takes to come into Cuba. Right now, there's a big problem taking place here in Cuba. The largest humanitarian crisis they've had in maybe 50 years. And there's no oil or gas due to the blockade after Trump and the United States took over and captured Maduro. So Venezuela is no longer supporting Cuba with any oil or gas. And that also affects everything that they have, essentially, between whether it be the food or from it being the light and the power shortages here, or just.
So does everybody understand what's happening in Cuba, right? Cuba has had a shortage because we captured Maduro and we stopped illegal, unsanctioned oil going to Cuba and the rest of the globe. It was not just Cuba who benefited from the black market, unsanctioned, illegal oil. Double tap at the like button. So, like I said, just like Iran, Cuba is suffering from an American blockade. Iran is suffering from an American blockade. These are the results of the American blockade. Double tap, hit the like button. And this is for people who say that Trump didn't know what he was doing when going to Iran, when they leave out the fact that we went to Venezuela first. And what was the domino effect of us capturing Venezuela? Not only monetarily, if we need the money to fight an elongated battle in Iran. Not only the oil, if we need the oil, if we have to fight an elongated battle in Iran. Double tap and hit the motherfucking like button.
The gas alone. Here in Cuba, you hardly see any cars driving around because nobody can afford gas. For 1 liter of gas, it's $10. Okay, so where am I getting? Where am I getting from here? So I go out at the airport. They seize all of my cameras. They seize both my GoPros, my Meta glasses. These are not my Meta glasses. All my microphones. However, the only thing they don't take is my iPhone camera. That's what I'm filming this on right now. They don't take my iPhone camera, and somehow they didn't get this microphone that was in the very, very bottom of my backpack. So we get out and we go start to make the video asking Cubans about life in communism, showing what's going on with the blockade, showing kind of the downfall of Cuba. One sec, I'm working on getting this out. Right now, we're currently planning our escape route out of Cuba right now. So had to respond to take a message to get out of here somehow.
Sound like he's being quiet and he's being careful because he's concerned about his safety and the safety of his security officers who are probably have become close friends. This is Nick Shirley from a Cuban hotel room. I repeat, this is Nick Shirley, Republican activist, Somali exposer, coming to us live from a Cuban hotel room after being harassed by generals, his cameras taken away, and he is now trying to escape his abduction. Double tap hit the like button. Nick Shirley almost kidnapped in Cuba. This is him live in the hotel telling us, detailing what's taking place so far. Double tap hit the like button.
So we go out into the streets and we start filming this video. We're showing people what life is like in Cuba right now, how there's hardly any cars out in the streets. The buildings are like crumbling essentially. All the university is destroyed, the University of Cuba.
This is the result of communism. You will find the same thing in Iran. Iran has been crippling underinflation under the leadership of the IRGC for years. It came to a head last year under the 12-day war. What preceded the 12-day war is massive inflation and protests in Iran because the similar results, the IRGC has run the country into the ground. People cannot afford food. People, offices have been closing. The Christians have left. The Jews have left. The Catholics have left. The Kurds have left. No one is left but the Muslim hardliners. And the government has failed the social contract, much like Cuba. Kudos to Nick for going to Cuba, whether or not he realized what he was exposing about Iran by going to Cuba and how the blockade has affected and will continue. Because I just played a video from CNN, and the young man who said he didn't feel safe said that if we stay at the blockade for 3 more months, and I said, you don't need to worry about America and a recession if the blockade lasts 3 more months. You need to worry about pregnant Iranian women and whether or not they'll be able to have babies healthily in 3 more months if the blockade stays in place. That's the reality that we need to talk about. And then that's what the reality is in Cuba. That's why Nick is going through this, because it's hell or high water in Cuba. Let's keep going.
There's hardly any food out for the people, and just the mass poverty that's taking place, and asking people about things such as communism, what life is like in Cuba. Well, when we're doing one interview near a hospital where there's a huge line outside the hospital, because here the hospitals aren't even working, essentially. The lines are taking forever, and with their hospital and the government controlling the hospital, that also affects the power. So right now you currently have surgeons doing operations with flashlights because there's no power inside of the hotel, in the hospitals. Right?
So why don't they present these truths about Iran? When you talk about Trump and Marco Rubio is saying we're humanitarian and we're not going to bomb Iran unless they bomb us, do you understand what would happen in Iran after the supply chains have been interrupted and after the Straits of Hormuz have been closed? Do you know Trump is benevolent? Do you know benevolent? What's the word? I don't know. Y'all help me out with the word. But you know, if we bombed power plants and the infrastructure that we could bomb, what would happen in Iran? It would be worse than what's happening in Cuba because there's more people. And if you think about how the supply chains have been affected by what we have done currently, what I've explained to you about Iran is that what's happening in Iran, the number one, didn't start February 28th. If you're paying attention, you should know that February 28th is when we invaded Iran. Going back a year is the 12-day war. They've had this massive inflation going back months and years now, right? Because of the IRGC's misleadership. So you talking about people who already have state-sanctioned loaves of bread, right? Just like in Cuba, the inflation in the status quo has gotten so bad in Iran over the past years that they've had to create state-sanctioned loaf of bread. But unfortunately, what's happening today, what's happening today, this is why Nick Shirley was very brave to go to Cuba, because they don't even have food. What's happening today, if you can't have hospitals open, you don't have food. What's happening today is they ran out of the state-sanctioned bread. It's not even about inflation. It's not even about the ability to pay for the bread if you have the bread, because it's what I reported is that wealthy people can't get bread. And the problem is the how Iran gets its food, or like anywhere else in the world besides America. We could talk about China, we could talk about Russia. For those of you who want to talk about geopolitics, everybody else in the world has hurdles to getting oil, to getting food, to getting weapons, except America. We are insulated by two oceans. We have enough fuel. We are fuel sufficient. We can grow enough food. We have 18-year-olds. But everybody else in the world needs to trade for either one or two of the major things you need to be a world power. So in order for Iran to get enough wheat to feed its people, they get wheat from Russia. This is not something that we can debate. These are realities. They get wheat from Russia. So we have disrupted the supply chains, not only in the Straits of Hormuz, but physically on the mountains, on the ground. So they have an inability to get wheat in. We have destroyed the plants necessary to mill the wheat and the flour. Bakeries have closed. People are starving. This is beyond what the secretary told you. I believe it's Scott Bessick told you about the soldiers not getting paid. The soldiers are not getting paid because the Straits of Hormuz are closed. The soldiers are not being paid because the Straits of Hormuz are closed, but it doesn't matter, because even if they were getting paid, they would not be able to afford the non-existent bread. Double tap at the like button. You're not getting this shit from nowhere else.
Right now, I'm in the only hotel in Havana that has 24/7 electricity, 24/7, because this is the only one that has that access. That's what the reason why I booked this hotel was, because their website was the only one that was operating 24/7. All the other ones weren't. So that's why I was able to get this hotel. And anyways, we're filming this video, and when we're next to the hospital, we see undercover cop roll up on us, and my security guards that are with me, they detected him, and then all of a sudden there's another one. So we hopped back in another taxi, we left the scene, and we thought we were good. They didn't tell us, and we left. But since we left the airport, we had been getting tailed, or the word had gotten out that there was a journalist inside of Cuba. There's only 2 flights that come in here every single day. So it wasn't hard to spot out who the journalist was. And that's what my tourist visa said. That's what my visa said. It said for journalistic activities. So you can come here. There's 12 categories in which you can come, and journalist activities is one of those. So therefore, that is why I came. And right now it is currently 9:30, and we have Cuban intelligence down in the lobby of the hotel right now, working to essentially try to round us up and potentially imprison us or make it so we cannot leave Cuba. So right now we're coming with a game plan to escape Cuba.
Why did you go, bro?
Our original flight is to leave on Saturday. Right now it's Thursday. So we're going to be leaving tomorrow morning if we can make it to the airport. We're about 1.5 miles away from the U.S. Embassy right now, which could be our possible way out of this situation by going to the embassy. However, that does not stop Cubans from stopping us before we get to the embassy. It's about 1.5 miles away, so we have to make it to the embassy. And right now there's 3 essentially Cuban spies down at the bottom of our hotel right now, and we have to figure out how we're going to escape. We're trying to get a hold of the embassy right now and see if we can stay there overnight, and then buy our airplane ticket last minute, so that doesn't pull off any red flags to the Cuban government before we arrive to the airport. This is not a joke. when we talk about communism and we talk about the effects of communism, something that you often don't look at is the freedom of speech or the freedom of press, to just simply be able to give your opinion out in the public and have it be
Bro, he could be arrested for this video. He shouldn't have went and he shouldn't have put this video out. We would have a humanitarian issue, like they would have to negotiate, because according to their laws, just like he just said, man, you shouldn't even put this video out. He could be in trouble for putting this video out, not under American law, but he's in Cuba and there's rules to the visa. Oh man, because like a lot of the stuff has to be state sanctioned and state approved. They may have told him that don't make a video without us seeing it and editing it. Now, that would not be prudent in America, right? Imagine a content creator being told by a government official, like, you can make your video, but you can't put it out until I review it first and I make edits. Y'all believe that? So that's what he's dealing with. And this video came out. That's not good, bro. But let's pray for Nick that he comes home, bro. Let's pray for Nick that he comes home.
Then posted by a journalist. That's all I was doing today, was asking people about the current situation, asked a few people about communism, and that's when it really got bad. It was when this evening I left the hotel around 5 before sunset to go out, and the idea was we were going to go walk the streets of Cuba at night and show all the power shortage and how the lights get cut out and people don't have electricity at night. So we had planned to walk around the streets after the sun went down, and so I was conducting some interviews before the sun went down, and I asked a man about communism, and that's when we realized that the Cuban intelligence was at the hotel, because as soon as we walked out and I interviewed this man, he had a lady come up when I started talking about communism, and she started recording on the back. And we confronted her and said, hey, what are you doing? And she's like, oh, I'm not taking a photo. She said she's on a phone call, but her phone was open to the photo. And so one of my security guards stayed with me. The other went and followed her from behind, and he tracked her down, and she ended up noticing him as well. And she went to a Cuban, another Cuban intelligence spy, and then they came to the hotel lobby. And before that, when we were eating lunch today, after we had gotten to the after we had gone through customs at the airport, after they had seized all my stuff, my GoPros and my meta glasses and all my microphones, another man was at the hotel, and he was all by himself. And then this evening, he was with the 2 Cuban spies in the lobby. So right now we are trying to plan our escape route. We have a few options. The main one is to leave here in
Y'all remember he went to the White House and he met with the president. I wonder if he took counsel before this trip, because I don't think this was an educated, he's 20 years old. He's in his 20s. So I don't know. You do brash things when you're in your 20s. I would have wanted him to take counsel from the White House, and before taking such a trip, I would have wanted Marco Rubio to be involved. I think Marco Rubio would have told him no, because Marco Rubio just left and they still haven't come to an agreement. So it's not like it's a hostile environment. They've already been hostile to America. This is not good. Let's pray for Nick Shirley.
Then go play taxi tag, as far as hopping in another taxi to make sure we aren't getting trailed by them, and then make our way to the embassy. And then from the embassy, buy our flight around 7 a.m., make it to the airport at 8 a.m., hop on our flight 8:30, and then be out of Cuba. The other options are we stay here in our hotel and hope they don't come and round us up in the middle of the night. The only problem is tomorrow is May 1st, and that is essentially their 4th of July here. We're just outside of the hotel we're staying at right now. They're going to have a huge march for communism, for the current president, and that's their July 4th parade, essentially. That is going to be taking place right outside our hotel. Had no idea that was happening beforehand, and until we got to the hotel and they said that happens every single year. It's their biggest march. They do each and every single year, and it is for communism. You cannot speak out against communism when you live inside a communist country.
So you came on their 4th of July. They got the American. You came on their 4th of July, Nick. What the fuck? Nick. Oh, shit. Pray for Nick.
Last time that happened in 2021 here in Cuba, lots of people were arrested, and it was not good. And the other times that happened were, I believe, like the 1960s. So communism does not allow the truth to be told. In fact, it just censors what people can do. And right now, they are literally trying to kidnap and detain me and my 2 security guards that are here with me right now from leaving Cuba. And we're trying to do everything we can to somehow do something with this footage. And so if this video does make it out into the world, I have either been kidnapped or I am safe. If it's after May 1st, I am not kidnapped. But if the video is all right, I'm not going to get kidnapped, so I'm not going to say that. So I'm going to post this video, though, to show you guys the risk that we're in right now. And we are going to make it out of Cuba. If there's a will, there's a way. But
so put a 1 in the chat if you think Nick Shirley was able to make it out. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Nick Shirley was able to make it out. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button.
We had Cuban intelligence following us all around in our 1 day here in Cuba, and now we have made it out. We're heading to the airport right now. If this video gets posted, it means that we made it back to the United States. This has been the most crazy 24 hours of my life. This was the only taxi we could find when we tried to escape the hotel this morning. We had Cuban officials come down, and we had to get interviewed, and then we escaped the hotel. Long story short, we had Cuban intelligence following us all around in our 1 day here in Cuba, and now we have made it out. We're heading to the airport right now. If this video gets posted, it means that we made it back to the United States. This has been the most crazy 24 hours of my life. This was the only taxi we could find when we tried to escape the hotel this morning. We had Cuban officials come down, and we had to get interviewed, and then we escaped the hotel. Long story short.
So looks like they made it out of Cuba. Looks like they made it out of Cuba. He said, long story short, they made it out of Cuba. Looks like they made it out of Cuba. Let's see if we got anything else. Let's see if we got anything else of Nick making it out of Cuba. We got that video. Nick Shirley, right-wing influencer. So Nick Shirley nearly held hostage. President Donald Trump said he could take Cuba. So that's the only video right there. That's the only video right there I could find. That's the most up-to-date video. That's the most up-to-date video of Nick Shirley. He got out.
We had Cuban intelligence following us all around in our 1 day here in Cuba, and now we have made it out. We're heading to the airport right now. If this video gets posted, it means that we made it back to the United States. This has been the most crazy 24 hours of my life. This was the only taxi we could find when we tried to escape the hotel this morning. We had Cuban officials come down and kind of get interviewed, and then we escaped the hotel. Long story short, we had Cuban intelligence.
So we played the video. Nick Shirley was captured or held hostage in his hotel room, and he said he got out. They helped him get out. This is an influencer named Lavish Mac. He said, I'm at the hotel that Nick Shirley said he's currently being held. Let's take a look.
Cuban government in, and that he was tailed by their Secret Service, and there's literally no security here. I'm making a video in public in a country that he said is communist. So because of the communism, there's no freedom of speech. Well, as this brother here sees, there is freedom of speech, and Nick Shirley's nowhere to be seen, and neither are these spies that he's talking about. We're actually about to walk in right now and go find out exactly where he is. Let's see.
Hola, buenas. ¿Cómo están? Hola, ¿cómo están?
¿De dónde son ustedes? ¿De aquí?
¿Yo?
Ajá.
Soy de Estados Unidos.
Ah,
sí. Chao, buenas noches.
I'm at the hotel that Nick Shirley said that he's currently being held hostage by the Cuban government in, and that he was tailed by their Secret Service, and there's literally no security here. I'm making a video in public in a country that he said is—
Do y'all believe this, or do y'all think this is propaganda? Do you believe this, or is this propaganda? It's up to you.
It's communist. So because of the communism, there's no freedom of speech. Well, as this brother here sees, there is freedom of speech, and Nick Shirley's nowhere to be seen, and neither are these spies that he's talking about. We're actually about to walk in right now and go find out exactly where he is. Let's see.
Hola, buenas. ¿Cómo están?
That guy looked like he had a uniform on. That guy.
Hola, hola.
Hola, ¿cómo están?
¿De dónde son ustedes? ¿De aquí?
¿Yo?
Ajá.
Soy de Estados Unidos.
Ah, sí.
The first guy looked like he had a uniform on as he talks shit about not nobody being there and all this shit. So Nick Shirley update. Let's see what else he got on Nick Shirley. Let's see what else he got.
Yesterday, I pulled up on Nick Shirley's hotel to prove everything that he was saying wrong. And I'm going to pull up on his Hotel Nacional in Havana, Cuba today as well, just to let you know that everything he's saying about Cuba is absolutely incorrect. He said that there was no sound, no people, no nothing in the streets. I'll go a step further and go to all the locations that he went and tried to drag the Cuban people and show actually how beautiful and resilient and amazing it really is. And it's actually the American government that is causing all the problems as normal. But
and I bet you he benefit from America. Why is America the bad guy to Americans?
Stay tuned. I'm pulling back up on his bitch ass later today.
Nick Shirley's in the comment.
Yesterday,
Look, Nick Shirley's in the comment. Look at Nick Shirley in the comment. Look at this guy is whining. He just look at it. He said Nick Shirley blocked me. Come meet me up. Nick Shirley said, I did not block you. What's up with the perm? I want to know one thing. What's up with this perm? What's up with the perm? Can we get perm in the chat? Can we get perm in the chat? What's up with the perm, homie? Oh, man. Nick said, I didn't block you.
What Nick Shirley is doing in Cuba is settler, colonial, white supremacist, state-sanctioned violence against the Cuban people. Tell me how...
Nick Shirley is doing sex and violence by running. The poor guy was terrified and he ran home. The poor guy was terrified and he ran home.
What's any different than the killing of George Floyd or than the killing of 4 million Iraqis during the United States invasion?
What is he talking about? 4 million? Goddamn Nick. Holy shit. Nick Shirley. Oh, fuck. Is this TDS? What is this? What is this? Nick Shirley going to Cuba is equated to 4 million. God, dog, Nick. Poor God.
Invasion of Iraq, or then the invasion of Venezuela, or then ICE in our communities taking the lives of countless people, or then so many things, the taking of the life of Hind Rajab. Just because you don't see the violence right now doesn't mean that the violence isn't ensuing. And what he's doing here with these lies about the Cuban people and the government is the pretext to an invasion just like Venezuela. My visa right now is called For the Cuban People. And if the only thing that I do for the Cuban people is sit on his motherfucking ass, I promise you, as long as he's here, I'm here. What Nick Shirley is doing in Cuba.
One more time. He said Nick Shirley is equated to millions of, oh my God. We ain't giving him no more screen time, man. We ain't giving him no more screen time, man. None whatsoever. He can't have no more screen time. Shout out to Detroit. Shout out to Detroit. Who y'all got in the NBA playoffs? Who y'all got in the finals? Shout out to Detroit. I had the opportunity to wear my Detroit jersey. Yesterday, if y'all, I had on my 76ers hoodie on Mega Maga Monday. But today, I got to represent the D against everybody. Shout out to Detroit. I think they play tonight. Who y'all got? Put it in the chat. We're going to get into L.A. Let's get into L.A. See how much of this we can get into. L.A. installs 450 barring ICE from city properties. Following her February Executive Directive 17, Mayor Bass ordered over 450 signs placed at public spots like Echo Park and the Los Angeles Zoo to block ICE from using city lands as basis for operations. The signs respond to ICE activity since mid-2025, which officials say spread fear in immigrant areas and risk LAPD safety. Federal officials call the signs meaningless, insisting agents can operate anywhere to enforce law. It's called the law of supremacy, in case you guys didn't know. We talk about it a lot of times. We looked it up, like we looked up the FACE Act. The law of supremacy says a federal employee can go any municipality, any city, any state, and they can do whatever they want based on the law of supremacy. In fact, police officers are not empowered by the Constitution. FBI, ICE, ATF are some of the only actual officers, like with a badge and shit, who are empowered, who get their powers from the Constitution. How many people knew that? So no local municipality, no state or city can supersede ICE agents, right? How many people knew that, right? That's just a fact. That's the law of supremacy. But let's keep going. Which officials say spreads fear, immigrant areas, and risk LAPD safety. Federal officials call the signs meaningless, insisting that agents can operate anywhere to enforce law, while the move costs taxpayers around $250,000. So this is LA mayor, LA Democratic leadership throwing away $250,000 when they should be protecting you from a fire. Because California has fire season every year, and they have not rebuilt the Palisades, and they not have rebuilt the reservoir, and they have not cleaned up the forest to make sure that we are not open to another fire. Double tap, hit the like button. This is what Democrats do with your tax dollars, because it wasn't free. The $250,000 didn't come out of thin air. The $250,000, that means nothing because the ICE agent is empowered by the Constitution and a federal employee, and they have the law of supremacy, which supersedes city, municipalities, local, and state. So this was a waste of time and money.
Well, Christine, there's more than 450 of these signs now posted across the city. Just take a look at this one. Some people like them, while the feds call them politics.
There goes the sign right there.
A bold message now posted across Los Angeles. Signs going up declaring city property off limits for ICE.
The signs have no legal weight, force, or effect on anything the federal government does.
Federal authorities firing back, saying the words are just that.
Federal agents will go anywhere they need to go to enforce federal law, city property included.
At Lafayette Park, most people say they didn't notice the sign, but support the idea.
There's people's families out here, dude, and that's not right, man.
The message from LA, no immigration enforcement, no staging, processing, or operations at parks. Speaking with the federal government, they say that the sign doesn't really do anything for them.
Yeah, I'm sure.
More than 450 of these signs now posted at parking lots, libraries, the LA Zoo,
Getting ready to leave?
and notably MacArthur Park, where last summer Mayor Karen Bass asked Border Patrol agents to leave during an operation.
My comment is they need to leave, and they need to leave right now.
We asked the city how much these signs cost taxpayers and never heard back. But based on industry estimates, one sign and installation could run about $500. Bringing the total to around $250,000.
Executive Directive.
Mayor Bass issued Executive Directive 17 for these signs earlier this year, now telling Fox 11, "I will not stand by while federal agents use our neighborhoods as staging grounds for fear and intimidation. City property will not be used to carry out these raids." Just to be clear, from a federal perspective, do these signs stop ICE?
No. Not at all. They're null and void. They mean nothing to us. And I look forward to her trying to enforce them.
They mean nothing to us. I look forward to her trying to enforce them. Double tap, hit the like button.
Well, Christine, there's more than 450 of these signs.
Wasted $250,000. That's what they doing. There she go. Wasted $250,000 on these signs. And remember, I reported yesterday, Spencer Pratt has surged ahead in the polls, 11%, and he is now tied with Miss Karen Bass. What else I wanted to report today is that she got an endorsement. She got an endorsement from Kamala Harris. That, let me see what I got on that endorsement that she got. I got some Spencer Pratt news and the endorsement news. Where is it at? Spencer Pratt. There go my buddy Spencer Pratt. I got Pete Hegseth. Let's go to this. Where is it? I got that. That's Marco. All right. Let's see what we got here. This is Joe Rogan with Spencer.
Federal government was being forced to handle money the same way a private company does. If it was all out in the open, everything was exposed, they would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. They would have gone under a long time ago. Yeah. There's no way they would have been allowed to function the way they are. The people that are managing that money would have all been put in jail. Yeah. There's not a chance in hell that giving them more money is going to solve anything. They're going to find more ways to put more of that money into NGOs, that puts more of that money into Democratic coffers and Republican coffers. They're going to figure out a way to funnel that money around where it's not going to benefit people. I mean, a good example of that is like where let's look at the LA fire thing, for instance. All right. So the LA Fire Fund, there's a giant fire in the Palisades. All this money gets raised. It's over $800 million. It goes to 200 plus different nonprofits. None of it goes to the people.
Right.
Spencer Pratt, who's running for mayor of Los Angeles,
Who's doing a great job, by the way.
fucking phenomenal.
Those ads are unbelievable.
Fire.
They're fire.
They're so good.
They're fire.
And he's doing it all out of a trailer on his burnt out land. I mean, he's the most righteous guy running in that regard. But just that being exposed, like, okay, we're going to help out these people. We're going to donate money. We're going to raise money. We're going to do some good. We feel terrible about the people in our community that have lost homes. Well, what happens? Well, the same people that you're saying we should give more taxes to take that money and they just give it to a bunch of nonprofits and charities.
That's some cold shit. And Gavin Newsom, thank you, Gavin Newsom. We got to make sure we don't have
Karen Bass received the endorsement
another Democrat win
of Kamala Harris as polls show Bass in a potentially tight race in her re-election bid. Bass, a Democrat, is facing a challenge from Spencer Pratt, a Republican reality television star, as well as several other candidates from her own party. Harris announced her support for Bass on Monday. Polls show Bass with less than the required 50% support to avoid a runoff, with a significant portion of the electorate remaining undecided. So Harris's endorsement could carry weight among undecided Democrats. Okay, so Karen Bass gets Kamala Harris's endorsement, says that she is, quote, deeply honored to have the endorsement of Karen Bass, of Kamala Harris. And all of this is happening while she's polling around a number that is, let me just read it from Newsweek. They say the most recent public poll of the race showed Bass leading with 25% support, followed by Pratt at 11%, progressive city council member Nithya Raman polling at 9%, and then Ray Wong and entrepreneur Adam Miller each at 3%. 40% of respondents said they were undecided. 40% of respondents said they were undecided. I just need to put that 40% undecided with what time there is left in this race. And Kamala Harris is coming in and thinking that's going to support, or that's going to boost who Spencer Pratt is referring to as Karen Basura, Karen Trash, basically in this race.
Basura, Karen Basura. I like that. I like that. I like that. Karen Basura. I like that. This is Spencer Pratt. So I just wanted to tell y'all, I've been following this. We support Spencer Pratt. I wanted to share these details with you. Yesterday, I showed you the Spencer Pratt ad, and I think he's just doing a great job. He's just like Joe said, he's creating a great ad, and you need to give him props for running the better campaign than Karen.
Obviously, Kamala Harris loves Karen Bass because
her name is literally Karen.
Obviously, Kamala Harris loves Karen Bass because of Karen Bass letting the Pacific Palisades and Malibu burn down. Kamala Harris was able to get a $2 million discount on her new house in Malibu that if Karen Bass hadn't let burn most of Malibu and most of Palisades to the ground, she would have never been able to get that $2 million discount. So it really does not matter who endorses Bass, because the people that endorse me are the women and mothers that want to feel safe again in the streets of LA. And my two opponents will not enforce any laws. And that's why women and mothers and kids do not feel safe in the streets of LA. So she can have all the political endorsements she wants. She can go do all the photo ops she wants with Trump in the White House. And, you know, they're calling her MAGA Karen all over X because she was the one walking out with the MAGA teddy bear out of the White House. So she'll take any endorsement to keep her corrupt politician career going here. Obviously, Kamala Harris loves Karen Bass because of Karen Bass letting the Pacific Palisades and Malibu burn down. Kamala Harris was able to get a $2 million discount on her new house in Malibu that if Karen Bass hadn't let burn most of Malibu and most of Palisades to the ground, she would have never been able to get that $2 million discount. So it really does not matter who endorses Bass, because the people that endorse me are the women and mothers that want to feel safe again in the streets of LA. And my two opponents will not enforce any laws. And that's why women and mothers and kids do not feel safe in the streets of LA. So she can have all the political endorsements she wants. She can go do all the photo ops she wants with Trump in the White House. And, you know, they're calling her MAGA Karen all over X because she was the one walking out with the MAGA teddy bear out of the White House. So she'll take any endorsement to keep her corrupt politician career going here. Obviously, Kamala.
What you think, y'all? What you think? Who y'all got in LA, man? Y'all going Spencer or you going Karen? Put a 1 in the chat for Spencer Pratt. I like the way that sounds. Put a 1 in the chat for Spencer Pratt. Put a 1 in the chat for Spencer Pratt. Put a 1 in the chat for Spencer Pratt. Who y'all going for, man? Put a 1 in the chat for Spencer Pratt. This is a new ad from Spencer. Y'all want to play the ad? Let's see. Fair use. We'll play the ad. Spencer Pratt, LA mayor ads are incredible. We'll play the ad.
Please, I'm begging you. There's homeless drug addicts in front of the schools. My children aren't safe.
Look, if you were a transgender migrant, I could get you a free pussy.
Let's move the drug addicts closer.
Bass already solved crime. I endorse her.
Next!
SP.
Please, I just want to rebuild my home. It's been over a year.
Mom, look.
This is a machine. If we want to burn this town to the ground, throw that!
I feel so close.
You can do it, Spencer!
Can't do the music. We can watch it though. We can't do the copyright though. Can't do the copyright. LA is worth saving for Spencer Pratt. That was great. You know what I love about the Spencer Pratt? Is this just not an ad on? It's just not an ad about LA and Karen Bass. You see Gavin Newsom in there. You see Kamala Harris. He's calling out the entire DNC, and Democratic leadership. That's what's so beautiful about these ads, and I think that's what's going home. And that's, I think, what the Democrats are missing. It's just not you who is failing. It's just not Karen Bass who has an issue. When you think they're gonna figure that out, they're not gonna figure it out till it's too late. I don't think they're gonna figure it out till it's too late. It's not just you who has, it's not just Karen Bass who has an issue. That's not like the Republicans. Everyone focuses on Donald Trump, and Republicans are not having issues in their primaries and winning victories. They're doing their job because everyone is hyper focused on Trump. This is not the same with Democrats. All Democrats have a problem. It's not just Nancy Pelosi. It's not just Tim Walz. It's not just Omar. It's not just Jacob Fry. It's not just Karen Bass. It's not just Gavin Newsom. It's not just Kamala Harris. See, it becomes this stench. It becomes this stench that won't wear off. And it becomes this smell, this putrid smell that people are sick and tired of, and they are so so familiar. This stench is so familiar and disgusting, and it's so reminiscent of a time that is done. That's why the ad works. You would look at that ad and say, is Spencer running for president? No, he's running for LA mayor, just a local city. So why is all those Democratic leaders in the ad, and why does it work? It's because of the stench. It's because of the stench. It's when you see all of the aristocracy, I call them technocrats, and they're laughing and eating, and Gavin Newsom didn't follow his own policies. Nancy Pelosi didn't. Remember, Gavin Newsom threw parties when he said you could have to be 6 feet away from your grandparents. Gavin Newsom broke those rules. Nancy Pelosi broke those rules. So this is the Hunger Games. And you think the Democrats are on your side. And it looks like he made a joke, but what I've compared it to is the Hunger Games. Doesn't that look like snow? Doesn't Gavin Newsom look like snow? No, isn't it the Hunger Games with the elaborate dress and the food, while everybody else outside of that party is what they said, you will have nothing and you will be okay. Everybody else outside of that party is destitute. That is the Mondani principle. That is the design of socialism and this is what you saw in Cuba. This is what you see in Iran. I know the propaganda guy came from Facebook and wanted to say Cuba is great, but even in his Permy video, Big Worm, even in this Permy cringy video, and when he was trying to play music in the background, there were 2 people on the street in 1 car. Even in his video where he was claiming that it was a bustling, there was 2 people on the street in 1 car. When he walked through the hotel, there was 1 police officer. The first person he spoke to was an Asian that didn't even respond to him. And the other person who interacted with him was an elderly woman. There was no young women. There was no young people. There was no activity in the hotel. There was no activity on the street. He was selling you a dream. These are the realities of communism, and this is what Mondani wants to do. This is what the left wants to do. This is what Gavin Newsom wants to do. So that's why that ad works, because it's the Hunger Games, and the Democrats are the technocrats and the aristocracy. Gavin Newsom, multi-millionaire. Nancy Pelosi, multi-millionaire. Spanberger in Virginia and her cronies giving themselves a triple their salaries while they raise your taxes for dog walking. Mondani raising your taxes. Watch his salary. Watch his motherfucking salary as he increases your taxes. Just pay attention to the Democrats. They do the same thing. Every time they get power. We don't have no fix to homelessness in California. We spend $32 billion every year, but yet we still got homelessness. We still got drugs. We got the highest gas, and now we have no more oil refineries. It's like Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. You know what I'm saying? People worried about Iran. You need to worry about me. Worry about me in California. Worry about me. It's about to be Mad motherfucking Max. Thank you, Gavin Newsom. Thank you, Democrats. Like, wake up, people. Wake up. No train. And then the Democrats keep talking about the ballroom, but you don't want to talk about Gavin Newsom and his over budget building. Gavin Newsom's over budget billions of dollars. He been lying. He about to leave office. The shit ain't done. The train ain't done. The fire protection ain't done. The homelessness ain't done. No more Denny's in the Bay Area. No more. Good old California, man. So that's why that ad works so well. When you see Gavin Newsom laughing, when you see Kamala Harris supporting Karen Bass, when you see all the Democrat leadership, it's more than just a problem in LA. And people get it. And Spencer Pratt was intelligent for going and touching on the fact that people get it. It's more than just LA. This problem is systemic, like the Southern Poverty Law Center, Democrats and liberals would go so far for their victory that they would engineer the violence. We saw Donald Trump won $30 million. 2 different lawsuits. I got reports Donald Trump got another lawsuit about fake news, because we saw how far Democrats would go with January 6th, and BBC, I played the altered video where they tried to manipulate the video with AI and say Donald Trump said, let's go down and do this. But turns out the BBC had manipulated the video. The original speech, Donald Trump did not incite a riot. It's never come out. Donald Trump could sue the BBC for billions of dollars. He sued ABC. He sued, what was the other one? 15 million, 16 million. So it's real fake news, man. It's real fake news, man. What was the last thing? This is the last thing. The last thing is my brother, man. I gotta go, man. I gotta go, man. I gotta go feed my family, feed myself. My beautiful wife and kids just came home. Y'all didn't send the super chat. You know I got a family. You motherfuckers been cheap with the likes and nobody sent a super chat. You know what I'm saying? You're Mickey Ficky. But I still love you. 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 So this is my brother from another mother. And I just wanted to talk about this situation because it's a sad situation. And I was telling my wife was a younger lady, you know, she didn't know this happened. And, you know, Spirit shut down 17,000 workers unemployed, but 76 days of a shutdown where TSA agents weren't paid. 2,000 TSA agents dropped out, left employment. So you got to add these numbers up. I think you got to add these numbers up, and you got to attribute this to your Democratic Party. 76 days of a shutdown. TSA agents went unpaid. Secret Service agents went unpaid too. The brother who got shot and who stopped the White House assassination, they were being unpaid for 70 days, brothers and sisters. So 2,000 people left the TSA. 17,000 people lost their job when Spirit shut down. But it's bigger than that. I was explaining to my wife about the markets and prices and OPEC and how this will affect prices of flights.
Spend a couple of minutes talking about this business story. Spirit Airlines is out of business now. You know, this is the budget airline, the yellow planes you often see out on the tarmac. They're out of business. They ceased all operations this weekend. Now about 14,000 people are out of a job. They offered cheap, affordable flights. It was a no-frills experience. I flew it from time to time. I had to go back and forth to Florida a lot. And often Spirit was a way to get back to Kentucky, to be honest with you. Cheap and affordable. A lot of people who would not have been able to fly otherwise use Spirit. Now they're gone. People now have fewer options when it comes to planning their travel. So we now have less competition in those markets where Spirit operated. That means prices will go up. This is not a good thing that we've had somebody go out of business. What brought Spirit Airlines to the end? Many people, you're going to hear commentators and media people and Democrats blame it all on fuel prices. And to be clear, at the end of Spirit's life here, fuel prices were not helpful. That's absolutely true. This all started, the death of Spirit Airlines all started during the Biden administration. It is ultimately Joe Biden's fault that Spirit Airlines is no longer in business today. How can you say that, Scott? Spirit Airlines went out of business on Trump's watch. But back during the Biden administration, it was proposed by JetBlue, which is another airline, and a well-run airline, that they would merge with Spirit, that they would take over Spirit. And that's what happens in the marketplace. Good companies that have a good business model tend to absorb other companies or run them out of business. But in this case, JetBlue wanted to absorb Spirit, not as well run, and make it part of their good business. This would have maintained the jobs. It would have maintained the flights. And guess what? The Biden Department of Justice, egged on by Elizabeth Warren and the other anti-business zealots, Lena Khan and the rest, came along and blocked the merger. They would not permit Spirit Airlines to be absorbed by JetBlue. They said no. And they celebrated it at the time. They celebrated it. In fact, here's Pete Buttigieg in a congressional hearing in 2023. Cut number 3.
How can they compete with the policies you're now looking at? How will you allow them to compete in this market in which 4 right now control it?
Well, part of what we're doing to support them is steps like this that police the trend toward consolidation, so that we don't end up with, by the end of this, we could be down to Coke and Pepsi. If all of the airlines merge, you could wind up with just 2. It's hard to picture that being a positive outcome for competition.
Wrong. That was the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, explaining how it was a good thing that they kept a profitable, well-run company, JetBlue, from absorbing a poorly run and not profitable company named Spirit. They wouldn't permit it because they hate corporations and they hate free markets. And this is what the free market needed: a good company to buy up a bad company, operate the flights, and try to maintain most of the 14,000 jobs.
Sadly, it's too late. Sadly, it's too late. Ain't it cold? It's a cold game, right? It's a cold game. It's a cold game. Sadly, it's too late.
Normal, but waking up today knowing, hey, there's nowhere to go. And not even like, oh, there's nowhere to go. It's closed. The whole operation is, we're all done. We're all at home feeling the same things every single day. It's very overwhelming, and it hits a little bit more every day. I always thought we would make it. So you never really think that we're going to close. There was never a point where I truly thought, oh, we're going to close. I'm like, no, we'll make it. They won't let us close. We're a huge airline. We get people for low travel. And so the first thing I thought about on Saturday was, I don't have health care. That was the first thing I never thought about. I never thought about Spirit closing and not having health insurance. I was like, oh, I don't have health care. I can't go to the doctor. People were scrambling to go get prescriptions filled because we only had that day. Most airlines don't even keep applications up on a rolling basis. It'll be, they open them in summer, before summer. So they open them in March for summer flying. You could apply somewhere in December, not even do a face-to-face interview until January, February, and then you don't start till March. So it's not like we can all just go walk up and drop off our paper applications and we're a flight attendant. And then even when you do get the job, you're spending 6 to 8 weeks now in a training somewhere that you're unpaid, where you get a stipend for food, but everything at home is still going. And so you add on to all of that. All of that's not covered. So as of this morning, I've applied to 2 new airlines just to do something. There's an airline out there that opened their applications today. It's part-time, but something is better than nothing. And then I filed for unemployment, and that's it. I'm just trying to do a little bit every day. I'm going to miss seeing people. Like, the one thing that I love about this job is the fact that every day we're meeting new people. We hear people's stories. We take people to their weddings and bachelorette parties, and getting to share that with my friends and strangers has been the best part of it.
Wow. Spirit Airlines closes down. Wow, you guys, how you feel about hearing about this? And Scott and Republicans are saying the closure is due to the Democrats blocking. The closure is due.
Go suck another dirty dick. You're not. Fuck out of here, you dirty bitch. Yes, you are.
Oh my gosh, she was drinking the Patron before she get on the flight. They made her drink the Patron. Look at Spirit, they just how they do your bags at Spirit. So this is trying to say that, I don't know. I think they trying to say like they don't care. I think this is kind of like some people saying that they're not gonna miss Spirit. That's kind of cold. How y'all feel about Spirit closing? That was a good video. That was a good, because yo, I've seen worse. That video didn't even capture all of the videos we've seen about Spirit. Spirit Airline closes, 17,000 people lose their job. Double tap at the like button.
In just a few days, these yellow kiosks from Spirit Airlines will be gone. The airline suddenly shutting down over the weekend, leaving thousands of passengers stranded and about 17,000 airline workers without jobs. Those workers telling me they don't know how they're going to pay their bills.
It's been really stressful, shocking. It's sad.
So I just bought a house, right? And I just put all my saving, my life saving, into down payment into this house. Now I don't have the first mortgage that I cannot pay because I don't have a job anymore.
Other budget airlines like Frontier and JetBlue are moving in and adding additional routes that Spirit used to run. Spirit blames rising jet fuel prices tied to the war in Iran. But the reality is that the company had not been profitable for years and had filed for bankruptcy twice in 1 year. They did see those rising jet fuel prices that pushed them over the edge. Jet fuel prices up by 65% since the war in Iran began. So will this happen to other airlines? Well, other airlines weren't in the same danger zone that Spirit Airlines was in, but they are dealing with the same higher jet fuel prices. So we'll likely see them reduce routes and increase airline ticket prices, which we've already seen.
What y'all think, man? Spirit Airlines shut down, man.
And just a few.
Spirit Airlines formally ceased operations on Saturday. And I mean, that is a sort of a fancier term for it just shut down. Not like we're not selling tickets anymore, like thousands of flyers stranded, everyone with a future Spirit ticket screwed. They said in a court filing on Monday that, quote, recent geopolitical events resulted in a massive and sustained increase in fuel prices. Driving isn't much better. Average prices are now $4.45 a gallon, or above $6 in many places. Highest level since the pandemic. All-time record high here in California and Washington State. And then experts are saying we could hit a national average of $5 a gallon by Memorial Day. I also think
so. It's not true about the gas. The Democrats are saying this, but the gas was high under Biden, bro. The gas was oil was $120 a barrel under Biden. So that's not true. You know what I'm saying? So they trying to say this is true. In actuality, that's not true. Spirit Airlines, like some people saying in the chat, has some other issues beyond the they had issues.
No, Jake. There has been gerrymandering going on for 200 years. There is such extreme gerrymandering going on that in a state like Massachusetts, that has like 40% of the people voting for Trump, they have 0 representatives. The Republican Party has 0 representatives sent to the House. Think about that. In New Mexico, if 45% of the people voted for Trump and voted Republican, and 0 is sent to the House, 0 representatives from the Republican Party. So there's gerrymandering, crazy gerrymandering going on all over the country. And we wanted to try to stop it in California. And we did stop it in California. And we went around the country. So I think this whole thing about finger pointing and say they did it, so therefore we should doing it, that's not really the way to go. The one party should outperform the other party. It should be performance. And when it comes to midterm elections, as you know, always the party that is not in the White House usually wins by 20, 25, 30 seats. So what does 5 seats matter in the first place in Texas? It is crazy.
Yeah.
We should outperform them. That is where the action is.
Let's talk about another issue you care passionately about. You met with Pope Leo earlier this month to discuss your efforts to...
The governor. One more time. Run it back. The governor.
Do you believe that the Republican Party is starting this?
No, Jake. There has been gerrymandering going on for 200 years. There is such extreme gerrymandering going on that in a state like Massachusetts, that has like 40% of the people voting for Trump, they have 0 representatives. The Republican Party has 0 representatives sent to the House. Think about that. In New Mexico, if 45% of the people voted for Trump and voted Republican, and 0 is sent to the House, 0 representatives from the Republican Party. So there's gerrymandering, crazy gerrymandering going on all over the country. And we wanted to try to stop it in California. And we did stop it in California. And we went around the country. So I think this whole thing about finger pointing and say they did it, so therefore we should doing it, that's not really the way to go. The one party should outperform the other party. It should be performance. And when it comes to midterm elections, as you know, always the party that is not in the White House usually wins by 20, 25, 30 seats. So what does 5 seats matter in the first place in Texas? It is crazy.
Yeah.
We should outperform them. That is where the action is.
Let's talk about it.
That's the problem right there. They can't outperform us. That's the problem, brother. I agree. They should outperform. They should have the leverage. But I said, for the first time in American history, there's a red wave. And I said there's a stench. I said there's a stench on the Democratic Party. Here's an update to the White House shooting.
Court today, and the judge says he's not being treated well. Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel is in Washington with this story tonight. Good evening, Mike.
Brett, good evening. A federal judge apologized to the man accused of attempting to assassinate President Trump today for the way he's been treated by jail officials since his arrest. Magistrate Judge Zia Faraqui grilled a Washington, D.C. jail official over Cole Allen being held on suicide watch in a padded, lighted cell with no ability to make phone calls, read books, without access to religious materials or recreation time. Faraqui handled some of the January 6 cases and said about Allen, quote, he's being treated differently than anyone I've ever observed. In addition to attempted assassination, Allen also faces 2 firearms-related charges. He faces up to life in prison if convicted. The judge today noted Allen has no criminal history, stressing that he is innocent until proven guilty and therefore should be treated fairly. The evidence released by the government so far has been pretty damning, including this video of Allen running through a security checkpoint before the Correspondents' Dinner shooting. Investigators say this video shows Allen casing the hotel a day before the April 25th attack, walking hallways and checking out the hotel gym. While in isolation, Allen has been going through a psychiatric evaluation to see if he is suicidal. A Justice Department prosecutor said Allen told FBI agents he didn't expect to survive the assassination attempt. And in an email, Allen said he wanted to extend his appreciation to many people since he will not likely be able to talk to them again. The judge told Allen he would get him the Bible that he's been requesting. He acknowledged it is a high-profile case, but claims Allen should not be in solitary confinement. The judge is demanding an update from the Department of Corrections by 9 a.m. tomorrow if Allen will be moved to a more comfortable cell, perhaps with a window. He is no longer on suicide watch. Brett?
Okay, Mike, thank you. Also, Mike.
That was an update. That was an update. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the update, but I had to give you an update. Let's go back to the governor. Let's go back to the governor. What else the governor got? Let's go back to the governor.
Extreme gerrymandering going on. That in a state like Massachusetts, there has been gerrymandering going on for.
Is it just that one clip?
The Republican Party is starting this.
No, Jake. There has been gerrymandering going on for 200 years. There is such extreme gerrymandering going on that in a state like Massachusetts, that has like 40% of the people voting for Trump, they have 0 representatives. The Republican Party has 0 representatives sent to the House. Think about that. In New Mexico, if 45% of the people voted for Trump and voted Republican, and 0 is sent to the House, 0 representative from the Republican Party. So there's gerrymandering, crazy gerrymandering going on all over the country. And we wanted to try to stop it in California. And we did stop it in California. And we went around the country. So I think this whole thing about finger pointing and saying they did it, so therefore we should doing it, that's not really the way to go. The one party should outperform the other party. It should be performance. And when it comes to midterm elections, as you know, always the party that is not in the White House usually wins by 20, 25, 30 seats. So what does 5 seats matter in the first place in Texas? It is crazy. Yeah. They should outperform them. That is what the way the action is.
Let's talk about another issue you care passionately about. You met with...
Who agrees? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the governor. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the governor. I want to share another opinion from the governor quickly.
Very, very upset that someone's life was taken because they have a different opinion. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, this was a great communicator, a great advocate for the right, for Republican causes. And he had such a great way of communicating with the students that agreed or disagreed with him. And I just thought about, it's a human being. A human life is gone. And he was a great father, a great husband, And I was thinking about his children. They will only be reading about him now, instead of him reading to them bedtime stories. Since then, there are endless amount of debates about how do we stop this. But we have to acknowledge that the cause of all of this is the social media companies that are dividing us, the mainstream media companies that are dividing us, the political parties, the Democrats that are dividing us, the Republicans that are dividing us. So we're getting hit from so many different angles. And we have to be very careful that we don't get any closer to that cliff. Because when you fall down that cliff, down there is no democracy. People always say, well, what can I do? I'm just an individual. But each and every one of you in here can make a difference. You can show leadership. This is about leadership. This is the time to show leadership. How you not see the other side as the enemy, or to fight fire with fire, like they're saying today, or to declare war on each other, as they're saying today. You can show leadership and you can get together and be this example. Because remember, the people power is the ultimate power.
Double tap, hit the like button. The governor giving this 1-2. The governor giving this 1-2. Just sharing it with you real quick. Double tap, hit the like button, subscribe. Double tap, hit the like button, subscribe. Did you subscribe and hit the like button? Did you hit the super chat? Hit the super chat, man. I'm working hard over here. Drop a dime in the bucket, man. Drop a dime in the bucket, man. I'm working hard over here, man. The like button is free. Some of y'all are Somalian. Some of y'all are straight Somalian. I know what it is. Some of y'all are Somalian. Some of y'all straight Somalian. The way y'all be acting with the like button, you should be ashamed of yourself. Man, I gotta shut it down, man. I love you guys. See you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m., man. See you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m., man. Good night, man.